Pre-Grak resubbed for 30 months. OMG, finally. It's Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous Day.
I'm here. I'm here. Good morning, everyone. It is Friday, and we've got some more Pillars of Eternity 2 today. So we've got Cragrak coming in with the OMG finally over on Twitch. Thank you very much for that. Redeeming your channel points to prove that you're first. Also, renewing your sub. 30-month streak. Look at that, Cragrak. OMG, finally, it's Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous Day. Not quite, but thank you. I appreciate it. Let me open that up real quick. Also, let's get... that won't load while I'm tabbed out, so... Need to try swapping over to Amazon? Okay. Let's do that, and open up a few of these. Or maybe not. There we go. And view. There we go. That should get us all set there. Welcome on in, everyone. Hope you're doing well today. Go ahead and get into our game. And let me know if the audio is too loud or too quiet, either with music or dialogue or anything like that. I had to switch back over to an older way of doing the audio, since that was what was causing the audio to stutter the last time we played. Alright, so in here... Oh, we just walked into this place, right.
Already there.
Get used to the darkness, mostly. Splash grimy water on the scroll. Surely it'll dry before the priests notice. Oh no. We can apparently look at the bodies. Amulet of Health. Ooh. Okay. No one's upset about that, apparently. Acolyte of Bara. This one's particularly sallow-skinned. Yes, and has an enlarged liver. Oh, they're doing autopsies. His body's ready for the herbs. Long incisions along the corpse's stomach and chest provide access to the organs. All right. Then we got a chanter and a guardian. Kasu grows ever frailer. As it was before, it will be again. Now, Kasu, I guess, is their high priest. The tablets hold the tale of Kahopa and Tangola devouring creation at the very dawn of time. We saw a thing earlier that was talking about them being the two serpents of creation that everything exists inside of. One devouring the other, or them devouring each other, and a cycling through over and over again. Now, where did I put that transcript? Oh, discovered a trap. That is stealing over there. Rikuhu churns and Rikuhu guides us. There's a chanter over here we can talk to. As it was before, it will be again. Alright, High Priest Kasu, what do you have to say? An ailing Alma priest regards your approach with curiosity. He coughs into a sleeve stained with a spatter of silvery flecks.
Come closer to the altar. Come inside. The temple welcomes all to worship, most especially you.
The priest peers knowingly at the center of your chest, lips curving in an ardent smile. Hands trembling, he touches a length of chain around his neck.
I ask only for no talking. Not until we pay our respects to Bereth, to Rikuhu. Let us pray.
He bows his head. We know about Bereth. Here's Rikuhu. Many want to worship Bereth as Rikuhu, the twin eel god. Okay, this was talking about the twin eels. We'd seen that before.
Silent prayer? Where are the songs, I say? Did you learn this from Valians?
Again, I ask that you please fall silent for prayer.
We can show our respects. Let's bow your head.
Deity of life and death, the endless devourer who encompasses all existence, hear this prayer, this voice chiming. I beseech you, Kahopa and Tangaloa, to ready this shell for sucking. Purify my soul in preparation for the coming of the next cycle. Digest all of my devotion. Swallow my sorrows, even the smallest swell, so I can be spit on the morrow. And Rikuhu, Berath, my god and goddess both, the eels that churn in ceaseless cycle, the new and the next, and...
Can keep your head bowed, or tap your foot impatiently. Or with 3 religion, we could say, from life to death to life again, blessed be an end. Yeah, he asked us to stay silent for it. We're not going to interrupt, even though we know the rest. Keep your head bowed.
But before that came, thanks be to Berath's guiding tract. May my messages ring true.
And he had a different continuation. Interesting.
Blessed be and jubilations.
He presses his hands over the center of his chest, touching the item tucked beneath his shirt. Then raising his head, he cracks a frail smile.
All right. I will address your inquiries best as I can. So ask.
What was that about preparing your soul for shucking? Or tell me about the writing on these tomes? Or impressive altar? What else can this temple boast? Or this is a temple to Barath, right? So who's Rikuhu, Kahopa, and Tangaloa? Or farewell? Well, we know number 4 already. Number 3 doesn't really fit us. What was that about preparing your soul for shucking?
End of the turn. I'm nearing it. Been working hard, preparing for weeks. You know, to die. But first, I've got to leave guidance for my apprentice, the next in the cycle. Chosen to lead.
Hey, Marvel Man. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Hello, hello. He sweeps a hand towards the stone, tomes piled across the floor. You're dying? Or let's discuss something else. You're dying?
Been wasting away for months. Can't say it's been easy, dying so soon. I thought about stopping a few times.
You can say, why would you want to die soon? Or you're killing yourself? Or let's discuss something else. Why would you want to die soon?
Maybe you can see. I'm no death godlike. Berath bestowed not one in my generation with a chime. Not the next, neither. A flawed messenger like me can't open the crypts. So my best chance is to die.
Tell me about the writing on these tomes.
Liturgies. Instructions for ritual preparations. When and how. Sermons. Some histories, too.
His fingers trail carefully across stone as craggy as his skin.
All of this, it's our knowledge has gleaned through centuries of service. Now, I've got to leave it all behind for the next disciple.
I guess we can ask what else the temple has. I'd imagine not much else, but let's go ahead and ask. Impressive altar. What else can this temple boast?
Under the temple, carved in the mountain's caverns, lies an extraordinary maze of catacombs. So I've read. They're the hanging sepulchres, burial place for ancient Wana chieftains. The bodies are protected by Bereth's best, roaming, always. Plus, the ways sealed by the deity itself.
So I'm guessing by this he means some undead? His words catch in his throat, and he curves forward in a spine-racking fit, hacking until he's flush-faced, fumbling a goat-skin flask to his lips. He drinks until Minnow's silver liquid dribbles over and slicks his chin.
Better.
He wheezes, wiping a palm over his chin.
The timing's getting tighter. And there is one thing before the end. Something only one touched by Bereth can do.
We can say Bereth and I have a history, or tell me what you need, or what's in that liquid? What did you just consume? Or, with 6 insight, you covet something in the catacombs, the ones you can't access because you lack Barath's chime. Yeah, you covet something there. We noticed, maybe we can help him out.
That's right. I've got no hope, but you do.
He tugs at a chain about his neck.
My ears, my infinity coil keeps rattling. Pendants resonating with your chime.
The priest presses the palm of his hand to the front of his chest. He stares, scrutinizing your face. He shakes his head, disappointed.
The coil resonates, but it's weak. You could unseal the way, but you'd die inside, I think. My chance would be lost then. Lost with your remains. Not just anyone can escape the hanging sepulchres. Alive.
So we can say, I will not fail against adversity, I promise you. And that would give us a passionate. Or Kith bearing Barath's chime are rare. This may be the only chance you get with rational. Or stare him down with stoic. Or I can handle myself. Let's go with the rational answer. Yeah. Kith bearing Barath's chime are rare. This may be the only chance you get.
My time's waning fast. Right you are on that.
He sighs, wavers on his feet. He releases his grip on the pendant with a feeble nod.
I'd best not let this chance pass. There's a sacred text. The eulogy to Stair. It's been buried in the catacombs beneath the temple for centuries, next to his champions. I need it. Of course, the tombs, they only open to the dead, or those bearing Bereth's chime.
And say, I'll get the eulogy for you if you let me into the hanging sepulchres. Or, why do you need Stair's eulogy? Why do you need it?
It never was added to the tomes, but it holds the final clues for my death. It's my best chance. I prayed for decades, night to day and night again. Now, here you are, just in time. Means Bereth sent you to see to my success.
Say, all right. I'll have a look for it then. Or I have some questions about Stair and the catacombs beneath the temple. Yeah, I have some questions for sure.
I'll tell you what I can.
What's the story with Stair?
He's no Wana, nor a death godlike neither, but he was a high priest of Bereth. His hair was a Diran, a hunter, chasing the undead 200 years ago. Read somewhere, one tome, he sailed to the Deadfire for a weapon, abhorrent to Bereth. Said the blade held a power most fearful.
The priest's face flushes with fervency. His voice rises in volume as he speaks until his breath catches, and he doubles over into a hacking fit.
Stair fought hard for it, won the blade, but suffered grievous wounds. Berath kept him alive till he could make it to the temple's catacombs. His champions were the ones who wrote his eulogy. Later, they were buried in the sepulchres too.
How do I enter the catacombs under the temple?
You've got to go outside, on the lower walkway. Doors sealed up tight, though. Priests before me, all death godlikes, could open it. Door requires a coil, resonating with Berath's chime. But I haven't met a death godlike in my time.
Say I'd like to know more about the Hanging Sepulchres.
They're from the long-forgotten time, when there was only Juana living in the mountain. They got carved in even before the temple sprung up. Before there was Neketaka, or a queen. They're well guarded, because not all of Berath's dead like the rest in their graves.
I've heard enough for now.
All right. But there's something you've got to know. Or I guess I've just got to say.
The priest bobs his head. From beneath his shirt, he untucks a stone-carved circlet in the image of an eel. The pendant vibrates on the length of its chain, thrumming harder the closer he holds it to you.
You're my best chance. Or only, maybe. Take the coil. It'll open the crypts. Bring me Stair's eulogy, and I'll teach you all I know of Berath's arcana.
Alright, we gained the eel's coil, an infinity coil on a long chain depicting two eels, each consuming the other. This pendant, when resonating with a Barathian chime, can open the gate to the Hanging Sepulchres. We can say you mentioned something about undead in the catacombs.
The dead, with their souls, they roam still. The ones who were chosen by Berath. Not everyone's born so blessed. Sometimes, instead, you've got to die for it.
Okay, wonder if we can ask about his cough if we ask about the altar again.
Under the temple there, the bodies are protected by Berath's best.
No. Or was it about the
Roaming.
tomes?
Always liturgy. All of this, it's our knowledge has gleaned through centuries of service. Now, I've got to leave it all but liturgy. All of this.
Nope,
it's
wasn't that.
our
Okay,
knowledge has
farewell.
gleaned.
Huh. Alright. I don't think I want to go into those catacombs yet. I think, like, going down into the, that crevice, we're going to wait. Amenzer, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Alright, we will come down here and get this stuff, though.
So scary.
You might want to check over there, too, see if there's anything. Okay, a little bit of stuff there. Ox cap. Is there anything back in here? Doesn't look like it. Branch. Oh. This tree, its roots digging deep into rock and bricks, hangs over the ledge of the precipice. Below, an open tomb clings to the sheer walls of the cliff. With rope and grappling hook, we can secure a rope and grappling hook to the tree, or peer over the precipice, or leave. Let's look over. Precipice drops hundreds of feet into the lower districts of Neketaka. Strong winds assail the cliff, whistling as they crash against its rocks. A few yards below, the ledge of an open tomb rests on them. Oh, so I bet if you didn't have a way of getting in here, a massive door looms before you. The edges are sealed so tight, not a breath of air escapes them. Religious runes sprawl the length, carved deeply into pitted stone. Got 6k points, but you guess you'll save them for what's this do? Now, mind you, I put that there as a trap for one of my mods. But you're welcome to redeem it if you'd like to. And when we're playing other games, there's plenty of places where you can spend to name things and stuff like that. Something about stepping into the jaws of Tangaloa with a full heart. Charming prospect, I say. Tekehu examines the door, stroking his chin. The door shudders and groans at your approach. We can inspect the door with religion, hold the eel's coil up to the door, or leave. Let's inspect the door. I guess she's going to be the best. Let's do it. Hey, needed a 3 or better? An elaborate etching spans the stone's width, carved faintly beneath several runes. Depicts a small crowd praying to a pair of giant eels that have coiled above a large door. An Amana priest holds a disc near to the door's face. A religious artifact, blessed by Barath, is likely necessary to open this entryway. So I don't know why you wouldn't get the amulet from the priest, but I'm guessing if you don't get the amulet from the priest, you can climb down into the tomb over there. But we don't want to go in yet. Also, there's something we can look at here. The winds whip violently along the cliffs below, carrying the sound of rustling trees with them. And so there's the thing we can climb down to, it looks like. Is there anything over here? Maybe something to inspect? Nope. Okay. So we want to come around to the road south, I think, because we want to go to the southern district next. Okay, so we're going to go to the Brass Citadel now. We still haven't gone up to Serpent's Crown yet. We have the Wizard's Tower here or Wizard's Mansion, I guess, is more of what it is, to explore here. We have the chasm in the gullet to explore. Now we have the catacombs in the Sacred Stair. Let's go ahead and go over to the Brass Citadel. Because what I want to do is visit each of the districts and gather any quests that we can. We'll see what we can find. Hour 14 minutes, all right. The Brass Citadel.
Halt! What is your business at the Brass Citadel?
If we were a Rawatai, we would have an option to say something. We could say, just looking around. We could say, stand down, I go where I want, with aggressive. Or, sorry, someone left the gate open, with aggressive. Just looking around.
You're the Watcher. The one who nearly caused a riot in Queensbirth.
His mouth quirks in a grin.
Grand Secretary Atsura wants to meet you. His office is on the lower level of Imperial Command. Up the stairs.
He points to the steps.
Once you're inside, go downstairs through the room on the right.
Is he in charge around here?
Hazanui Karu is the ultimate authority in the Brass Citadel.
He crosses his arms over his chest in salute.
But she must endure the sops at the palace.
He rolls his eyes.
When she returns, I'm sure she will grant you an audience. For now, Atsura Nui speaks with her voice.
Okay. Powder House Guard. Nothing to say.
I'm sorry, but this area is strictly off limits.
The young guard draws himself up to his full height, crossing his arms, and say, "Can I just look around inside, or what is this place, or leave? What is this place?"
Private property of the Royal Deadfire Company, that's what.
He eyes you warily. All right, fine, whatever. How about this guy? Brass Citadel is the best defended harbor in the city. A forsaken cat. Oh, and is that just part of the cat? Kajux. Plus 20 health restored per kill. Grants a party-wide effect. Your party moves more quickly in combat. Ooh. What was this one? Oh, I keep forgetting to check for the health benefit here. Alright. We may switch over to that. Give our main character health restored and give the whole party more movement. Maybe. We'll see. Our Tau Guard. Okay. Thanks for the stuff. Oh, right. I wanted to check. So that was just when I was targeting the cat. It looked like maybe I could climb through this grate. But no, that wasn't the case. Arquebusier. I'd go to Hasango myself, but the Hazanui is keeping our ships close. If the Valians are behind the mess at Hasango, they'll pay. Berteno. Alright, we got some ammunition, but we don't need any more cannon shot or supplies.
Beat it. I don't have time to chit-chat.
The thin Valian glances over your shoulder with an expectant frown. You can say you stole... Oh, this was the guy that we saw in the shop. You stole a pair of gloves from the dark cupboard. Give them to me. Or, I'm in the market for some gloves. Have any? Or farewell. We are pretty straightforward. You took the gloves. Give them to me.
Not a chance, Aimika.
He narrows his eyes at you.
Fasina sent you, didn't she? Postenago, just for these?
Shaking his head, he pulls a pair of fine gloves from his pocket, studying them with evident disappointment.
Soft as down, but not a single fence willing to pay me a fair price. Maybe they've got imp stink all over them.
Can say you're going to have a hard time selling an Archmage's gloves for fast coin with Rational, or I'd be willing to pay to take those off your hands with Clever, or maybe the stink of failure, you no good thief with Passionate, or say nothing with Stoic. Yeah, you're going to have a hard time selling Archmage's gloves for fast coin.
Should have guessed these were bad luck. Well, it's too late to go making smart decisions, isn't it?
He opens his mouth to say more, but something to the southwest distracts him, and his expression fills with dread.
Here he comes, and I'm too late. If Hamuto doesn't give me an extension on my debt, I'm a dead man.
Can say keep your mouth shut and follow my lead, or that may be best, or say nothing. We'll see if we can get him out of his debt, and maybe he will, or at least an extension on it, and maybe he'll give us the gloves. Keep your mouth shut and follow my lead. Glancing at you, Berteno shrugs and swallows down a lump in his throat. A unit of steely-eyed sailors approach the docks, clutching pikes and firearms with quiet professionalism. At their head stands a tall Amana in a mustard-yellow uniform. He turns his attention between you and Berteno.
So, Berteno, you hired a mercenary, or else a negotiator. That coin should have gone toward your debt to me.
Hamuto rubs a long scar that extends the length of his neck.
Huh? No, I didn't. That is, I would never go behind your back.
Bertano's voice falters, and he turns to you with sudden panic. You can say, Bertano, shut up, the adults are talking, with aggressive, or, I came for a pair of gloves that Bertano stole. This isn't my problem, with honest. Say nothing, or attack. This ends now. Prepare yourself. Royal Deadfire Company, Meyer, negative. Ooh. That is true. Came for a pair of gloves. The adults are talking. We're not doing the aggressive options. Don't necessarily want to say this isn't our problem. Yeah, we're matching the choices that we made with this character in the run from the first game. And they didn't really have much in the way of aggressive built up. Maybe best just to say nothing. Maybe, yeah. But we are honest kind of to a fault with this character. Feels like this is going to have us step away from the negotiation here, though. Yeah, we're going to do it and see what happens.
Hamuto, I wondered if you might take them as a payment on my debt, or maybe for an extension?
I possess gloves of my own, and they suffice for my needs.
The captain focuses on you with a cool, dispassionate look.
This is a private matter. Your interference is unnecessary.
Hamuto spreads his hands in a peaceful manner as his soldiers level their guns at Bertano. Can say you sound more reasonable than I was led to believe. Or what is your plan for Bertano? Or perhaps I can pay what's owed? Or since he can't pay up, take him. Fair's fair. Or he's coming with me. You sound more reasonable than I was led to believe.
Do I? One can be adherent to the tenets of maritime law and still be seen as a monster.
What is your plan for Bertano?
Indentured servitude. I trust this is a more honest and respectable alternative than any pursuit he would take on his own terms.
Like, he kind of deserves it. But I have a feeling that I can't get the gloves if I just let him go. Because based on what the lady at the shop said, and my interactions with him so far, he's not a great person. And he really did do this to himself. So I don't want to just pay for his debt and get him out of it. But if I say just take him, we may not be able to get the gloves, which would really hose the lady at the magic shop. Or he's coming with me, which I would imagine will result in a fight here. I don't want to fight the Royal Deadfire Company guys if I don't have to. Let's see how much is owed. Perhaps I can pay what's owed.
You must care a great deal for this insufferable little worm to stake your purse on his freedom.
Hamuto taps his lower lip in thought.
400 pyres are what Bertano owes. And I will accept that sum to have this sorry business concluded.
Oh, only 400? Okay, that's basically nothing. Yeah, we'll pay for it.
Then our business is concluded.
Hamuto signals his men to stand down. After a hateful look, they lower their arms and follow their captain's lead. Lost 400 copper.
I can't believe I'm finally out of debt.
Positive rep with the Principe.
For the first time in my life, I'm free.
Bertano clasps his hands together, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. And say, that's all you have to say on the matter, with aggressive. Or technically you're indebted to me. or yes, and all it took was coin out of my pocket, or slap him, or say nothing with stoic. Technically, you're indebted to me.
Not anymore, I'm not. Here, catch!
He tosses you Rokoa's fingers with casual disdain. What do they have? +1 dex, +1 sleight of hand, and they have spark crackers. 2 uses per rest, produces a dazzling swarm of colorful bursts, startling and confusing everyone in the affected area. All right.
It's a new Berteno all the way. Pirate Berteno doesn't get himself in anyone's debt.
Laughing in a full voice, he makes a hasty exit. Okay. I have a feeling we're going to meet him again. But we got the gloves, so that counts for a lot. Anything out here? Doesn't look like it. What's this guard want? These cannons are the pride of Rawatai. Serpent's Crown would be perfect for a battery of cannons. The Valians are behind the mess at Hazango. They'll pay. Uto's Gunsmithy. Okay, here's the gun shop that we were referred to. Ooh. I'd go to Hazango myself. Okay, we've already saw that. The metal is as smooth as marble and polished to a shine. All right, let's check out this gun shop. Though it may be too late to buy anything. That is stealing. There's Uto, apprentice gunsmiths, stealing, right? Yes. All right. Uto, what do you have to say? The man greets you with arms crossed over his chest. He has a mass of scar tissue where his left eye would be, and his hands are knotted with bulging tendons.
Looking for a pistol or an arquebus? Rawatai makes the finest guns in Aora, and I make the finest guns in Rawatai.
Say, let's see what you have, or what makes your gun so special, or farewell. What makes the gun so special?
Craftsmanship.
He holds out his knotted hands, keeping them entirely still as he speaks to you. They're covered in small burns and scars that blur the varied pigmentation of his skin.
If you ask my superiors at Imperial Command, they'll tell you our main exports are saltpeter and metal. Those are just things. They're prized because of what we do with them.
He reaches under the counter and presents a blunderbuss, holding it out for your inspection with his ever-steady hands. It's a high-quality piece. Hey, Marcus, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today.
Rawataian industry is about discipline, precision, mastery of a careful art. Those qualities guide all that we build.
He puts the blunderbuss away. Yeah, let's see what you have. So we need an arquebus, yeah. That is the weapon type that we're really going for. This Dragon's Dowry looks amazing, but it's 45,000. 45,000. Woo! All right. Grants Dragon Breath. It has Rune Lock. Chance for a wielder to suffer burn damage on launching an attack. It's legendary. Not bad. We could get a fine arquebus for 2,500 or an exceptional for 7,000. So how much of an increase is the fine? Between 2 and 4 damage, 1 penetration, and 4 accuracy. Okay, that's not bad. It's not bad. Crossbows, there's a gunpowder, all the various sorts of bombs and grenades, more cannons, Scordio's Trophy. A pistol, huh? Scoring hits with this weapon grants a stacking minus 5% initiative with melee weapons for 5 rounds. Critical shot is plus 15% crit damage. Oh, so it counters the blunted criticals effect of pistols. Neat. Outside of the range, this is actually better than the arquebus I'm using, but I do get bonuses to two-handed weapons. Okay, we may come back later and grab the fine arquebus, or maybe even an exceptional. We'll see. Alright, what do these guys have to say? Oh, there's a table here. Scrolls are filled with meticulous diagrams of rifles and pistols. Anything else on any of these shelves? Nope. This right up here. These guns look ancient, but the metal's still polished and the wood perfectly smooth. Alright, apprentices. Please, I need to focus. Raotaian guns are prized because our ores are the best. Alright.
Hey, Shodi. Those dreams of yours, they still getting to you?
I can deal with the dreams, for better or worse. What makes me sweat is the not knowing. What happens when I stand face to face with my God, and he reveals what he intends for me? What if it's not as I thought?
Yeah, I've had thoughts like that for a long time. Except now I'm worried about what he intends for the world.
Whatever it might be, at least we'll face it together.
Okay, there was a conversation down here, but kind of missed what they were saying. Leave. No Valian spy is coming through on my watch. I'm a merchant. I have business inside. You want to see our walls, our cannons, our powder house? You must think I'm an idiot. You got one thing right. Wow. The guards say. A well-dressed Valian and a young but determined guard are arguing by the gate.
The Royal Deadfire Company is a trading company, is it not? And you are on Kahanga soil. You cannot turn me away.
The Valian's words only anger the guard further. Her face darkens, and she grits her pointed teeth.
The Brass Citadel and the Royal Deadfire Company operate under the auspices of the Ranga Nui of Rawatai.
She straightens her shoulders and crosses her forearms over her chest in a stiff salute.
We answer to him, not to you. And certainly not to some tribal queen of Neketaka.
Well then. What are you two arguing about? Or let's all take a deep breath. I'm sure we can work this out with diplomacy, or diplomatic. Or will both of you be quiet? I'm sick of listening to you with aggressive. Or you are safe here by the grace of Queen Onakaza II. Show some respect. Or leave. Let's all take a deep breath.
Oh, you're one of those.
She crosses her arms.
These Valians are always sending their spies to snoop around. And I won't have it.
The guard glares at the merchant, even as she speaks to you. The merchant rolls her eyes.
And these Rawataians think they own anything they stack 2 stones on top of. I am here to conduct business, not engage in petty power struggles.
You can say, let the merchant pass, or if the guard won't let you in, that's that. Or I'm staying out of this, and we leave. Games!
Games4_you rated with 6 viewers.
Games, thanks for the raid. How are you? How was your stream? Hope you're doing well today. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Lang. I'm a variety streamer. Play simulation, strategy, grand strategy, RPG, survival. Those sorts of games. We're playing some Pillars of Eternity 2 right now. With the character we imported from the previous game. I don't think I have a mod here right now. You guys don't know Games for You? Definitely go give them a follow. Can't stay, going to GameStop, get your CFB 25 game. Stream went well. Nice. Good luck. Hope everything goes smoothly. We have pretty good reputation with the Valians. We probably need to earn a little bit of reputation with Deadfire. So let's say if the guard won't let you in, that's that.
Correct. And how am I supposed to conduct my business?
With Pro Rawatai, Takehu worries one of his hairs between his fingers. Sorry, Takehu. Have your contacts meet you somewhere else with Rational, or with 3 Diplomacy. Why anger one of the largest trading factions in Deadfire? Leave gracefully now and try to a smoother entrance later. Or that's not my problem. Or with 2 Streetwise, whisper, not every guard is as steadfast as her. Try later, with some spare change. With Shady. Or leave, never mind, forget I said anything. Let's try the Diplomacy 3 option. Why anger one of the largest trading factions in Deadfire? She raises an eyebrow at you.
I suppose there is wisdom in that. Very well. And Kores.
Go with the gods. She nods to you and bows deeply, if mockingly, to the guard before leaving. Minor positive with the Valians. All right.
Good riddance to her. Thanks for your help.
She nods appreciatively. Minor positive with Royal Deadfire. Nice. Made out with bonuses with both. Also, I seem to have lost my preview on the YouTube page. Let's take a look at that real quick. Now, take a look here. Aha, there we go. Odd, don't know what happened there. Problem solved. What is this? No indication. Oh, it probably goes up to the... Yeah, it probably goes up to that. Alright, when we're ready to go up on the walls, we will. Another cannon there. This is the west exit. Where does this go? Guessing over to the docks. Yeah, or maybe the gullet. Might go to one or the other. Not certain. Regardless, though. Don't know what that button actually does. Like, yeah, it's a picture of a ship. Does it let me manage the ship? Does it put me on the ship? Not certain. Alright, let's go ahead and go up top then. Okay, what is this? Oh, and there's an officer's lounge there. The cannon looks recently polished.
Green islands and blue skies.
The locals don't know how good they have it.
See these walls? This is how you build something to last. 2 guards gaze over the ramparts at the vista. Queen's Berth shining in the near distance, and the rippling sea beyond.
Can you believe your eyes? I've never seen such a fair, pristine land.
Say you two seem awfully enchanted with the view, or shrug with stoic, or if you're living like this, you must see the jungles of a deer, or if you like this, you must see the jungles of a deer and the valleys of the living lands with passionate, or Deadfire is certainly a special place. This seems awfully rude. But we are passionate. Let's brag about our homeland.
I've heard they're grand, but I can't imagine they compare to this.
With worldly, Shoti nibbles on her lips to hide a spreading smile.
I grew up surrounded by storms and stones. Rawatai is my soul. But this place has enchanted me.
He blinks quickly, as if afraid to miss the view, even for a moment.
It's the land. Fertile, green, and abundant.
No, it's something else.
I just can't
put my finger on what.
He scratches the back of his head and squints, perhaps hoping to find the answer somewhere in the view. Could say Deadfire is a vast archipelago, rich in resources, with rational, or you're drawn to the potential it represents, or the worth of Deadfire lies with its people. Never forget that, with Benevolent, or It's the Mystery, the Engwithan Ruins, Ancient Tales, with Shady, or I Couldn't Tell You. Worth of Deadfire lies with its people.
And who are its people? The Huana of old? Or the pirates who live here now?
Because of Pro Juana, Takehu grins and pats down a nest of his riding hair.
Deadfire belongs to those who can master and build upon it. That's what's exciting.
She nods at the expansive vista.
Perhaps that's it.
He turns back to the view, drinking it in. Alright. There's an Imperial Command lower exit over there, and a couple of containers. A guard. Same message as before. Have you tried corpse fruit? We have nothing like this in the Rough Country. Rough Country is an affectionate Raotoan term for their homeland. Rough refers to both the unyielding rocky soils and the storms that batter the mainland. Tumara, huh? Who are you?
All this trouble over a tablet of fucking stone. If my company's standing wasn't on the line, I would have written this one off as a loss already.
Tumara nurses her brow and motions for you to speak. You can say, any ideas on retrieving the Harapo epic? Or tell me about yourself? Or I have questions about the Harapo epic? Or you and Netehe don't seem to get along? Or farewell. Yeah, you guys don't seem to get along.
All of her pretenses of cultural pride are a means to an end. Like the rest of the Huana, she isn't above exploiting any advantage if she can profit from it.
And say that doesn't seem fair. The Huana are trying to get by. Or you make a point, the Huana have assembled a tidy profit from selling off the islands. Or back to my other questions. It doesn't seem fair.
As you say.
Because of Pro Huana, Takehu rocks back on his heels, nodding to himself. Tell me about yourself.
I help finance expeditions around the Isles, which often means keeping an ear to the ground. Not very romantic from behind a desk, but Rawatai's campaign could use the extra coin.
I have questions about the Harapo epic.
It's a handsome piece of rock, which some call valuable. I won't dispute that point if the value goes to Rawatai.
How did Arkemir come to possess the tablet? Or what does the Royal Deadfire Company want with the Harapo epic? Or what kind of defenses does Arkemir have inside his manor? How did he come to possess the tablet?
I believe that he had dealings with black market treasure hunters. Not that the Queen will implicate him.
What does the RDC want with it?
I suppose it's no secret that we're after more than some arbitrary cultural touchstone. We're looking for a route to Ukaizo.
Okay, same thing the other lady had told us.
Stands to reason that ancient lore would be a key to finding the place.
What kind of defenses does Arkemir have inside his manor?
Arkemir is a magical savant and a recluse. That makes for a very dangerous combination. He relies on imps and ironclad constructs to maintain the estate. When you've lived as long as Arkemir, I suppose trust becomes a problem.
Back to my previous questions.
Fine by me. I'm looking forward to the day when the Harapo epic is someone else's concern.
Could the Harapo epic really be a path to Ukaizo?
When it comes to finding the Lost Island, we can't afford to neglect any lead. The Ranganui seeks to saddle the weather and harness the storm. If there is a place where this can happen, it is Ukaizo.
Tumara shrugs and wipes off the breast of a uniform. Any ideas on retrieving the Harapo epic?
I heard tell of Ephron, a thief with a penchant for making house calls. Word has it that Ephron made his way inside of Arkemir's manor and later died. Now his soul is bound to the fortune-telling machine in the dark cupboard. Strange fate.
Okay. That's how he died. And why he got bound.
Why does your Ranga carve his name into a rock?
The Ranga Nui, and it's a commemoration to show what he built.
Oh. Then did your Raparo also write their names on other stones?
For the glory of Rauatai and the strength of the Ranga Nui. 2818 AI.
For what do you squawk and gloat over a heap of stones? Akira, you Rauataians are strange cousins indeed.
A well-dressed woman shakes her head at the Rauataian man. The tone of their debate is spirited, but not unfriendly.
The brass citadel is a marvel of modern engineering. With the gates barred and the cannons primed, it can withstand any attack and weather any storm.
He and his Swana friend turn to regard you.
Surely you can see what a fine stronghold this is.
You can say, why does this matter to you? Or, I'm sure the brass citadel is very nice, with diplomatic. Or, this place, it's an eyesore, with passionate. Or, it's an excellent fort, sturdy and built to last, with rational. Or, leave, I don't have time for this. It's an excellent fort.
I'm sure someone once said the same about the ancient places in Deadfire, before storms and volcanoes made ruins of them.
Because of pro Rauatai, Takehu raises his finger to speak up, but slowly lowers it.
We transformed a rocky cove into the best defended harbor in Neketaka. Such achievements must be celebrated.
This rocky cove was once a prized fishing spot for the Riparu. These Rauataians act as if every bare islet is merely awaiting a fort or a farm. They cannot look at anything without planning to change it.
To strive is to survive. Those who would achieve greatness must make the world a better, more ordered place than they found it.
Why change the world when you can learn to live in it the way it is? This is what my people have done for thousands of years.
And say, of course, it's noble and worthwhile to build great things with passionate. Even though the previous passionate was, this is an eyesore. Even the mightiest works crumble. Why waste blood and sweat on them with stoic? Or we should ask what provides the greatest benefit, a fishing spot or a harbor, with rational. Or the world is bigger than us, it does not need our hand to guide its change. Or, sorry, but I don't have anything to add. I don't necessarily agree with 1 or 3. Or 2. But 1 and 3 are the ones with our traits on them. We should look at what provides the greatest benefit with rational.
Must we sacrifice the needs of the few to the whims of the many, then?
She spreads her hands to you in question, but she isn't angry. With stewardship, Aloth flashes a quick, pleased glance.
Akira, nothing invigorates like a good discussion. Thank you for indulging us.
She grins. With that, they turn from you and resume their discussion. Nice.
With sails unfurled and sword held high, to battle for glory and Rauatai.
Faithfully done, Emiani. Report to Wakoyo Nui when your hands and your temper have healed.
Some sort of punishment.
Last time I ship out with some soft-handed runt.
What did you do?
Come to gawk, too? My punishment's over, you know.
She looks away and crosses her arms carefully to hide her burned hands. Say, why were you holding a red-hot cannonball? Or, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you, with both benevolent and diplomatic. Or you'd better watch the attitude if you know what's good for you, with aggressive and cruel. Sorry, didn't mean to upset you.
I shouldn't take my anger out on you. It's not your fault I punched my captain.
She sighs. It's as if the mere mention of the incident takes her back to it. Her face darkens with anger, and a bitter snarl transforms her features.
Though maybe he shouldn't have insulted my aim. Like I don't know the difference between a smooth and rifled bore.
She shakes her head, quietly stewing. Say, what are you going to do now? Or he deserved it? Or seems drastic? Let's say he deserved it. See if we can get more information out of her.
He asked if I knew where I was pointing my cannons. I told him to bend over in front of one and we'd find out.
Wow.
It escalated from there. Anyway.
She shrugs.
I'm not reporting back to Wakoyo, that's for sure. I crewed on mercenary ships before this. Come to think of it, that suited me better.
She grins impishly.
Still a scramble-root at heart, I guess. But I'm plenty experienced. Maybe I'll see if anyone's looking for an expert cannoneer.
Leave and say good luck to you, or I could use an experienced cannoneer on my crew. I could use an experienced cannoneer on my crew. She looks you up and down, considering your offer.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I only crew with captains I know. Either personally or by reputation. I'm sure you're capable. But I don't know enough about you. Yet.
Oh, we probably need Royal Deadfire Company rep. Her eyebrow quirks up in hopeful suggestion.
Let's talk again when you've made a name for yourself.
Yeah, that would be my guess. Let's see here. That's these guys, right? Yeah. We have 1 rep with them right now. Still have 3 with the Valians. We have 1 total with the Principe, including some negative reputation with them. We have 1 with Neketaka, 1 with the Wana, 1 with each of our companions except Aloth, who we are even with, and Shoti, who we're at 2 with. We also have 2 with Port Mage. We have 0 with the Delver's Row Criminals. We have 1 with the Gullet. We have 5 with the Children of the Dawn Stars. We are 3/4 of the way through Benevolent and Clever and Honest. Halfway through Diplomatic, Passionate, and Rational. Makes sense? Alright, let's check the Fleet Master's office like we were directed. Oh, there's a peddler over here. Also, we keep watch so the Lagafeth do not raid the village. Alright, what's this peddler have going on?
I've got all sorts of goods and supplies. Take a look before you head back out.
And say, let's see what you've got for sale, or why are you working at a Rawatayan outpost, or farewell. Why are you working here?
Because I'm from Rawatai. Or
She
to
chuckles.
be more specific, my ancestral home's been part of the Empire for decades. Few generations now.
Hey, how did your homeland become part of Rawatai? Or doesn't that bother you? Or what's it like living under Rawatayan rule? Or let's get back to business. How'd your homeland become part of Rawatai?
The usual way, I guess. Their soldiers beat ours.
She shrugs. What's it like living under Rawatayan rule?
I don't know. I never known anything else. We've got the Rawatayan's fancy new irrigation canals now, and the roads have gotten better. The ones leading into Takoa, anyhow.
She pauses, lost in thought, and smirks.
Funny thing is, the further you go on them, the nicer everything gets, and the more it all looks like this.
She nods at the stone walls and towers, so it obviously doesn't bother her. Let's get back to business.
That's a better subject.
She smiles carefully. Oh, well, maybe it does bother her. While you're
Because
working
I'm from
here,
Rawatai.
does it bother
Or-
you? She glances around to see if anyone is in earshot. Ah, I'm glad she made that comment. Otherwise, I would have skipped over this.
I guess it used to. When I was younger, I grew up hearing stories of the time before from my grandparents. But they were children themselves when Rawatai took over.
She frowns at you thoughtfully.
Some wax romantic about the old days. Anyways, I'm just trying to make a living. That's why I'm here, after all.
Okay, let's get back to business
That's
then.
a better subject.
Let's see what you've got for sale.
Take a look.
Gauntlets of Ogre Might. +2 might. Not bad. Ring of Greater Regeneration. 3 health restored a round. Ooh, that is very nice. Charm of Bones. All the Restless, 10 charges. Summons a random vessel to fight for the wearer. Ooh. But it only has 10 charges, and then it has land to slumber, 2 intellect, 5 accuracy against vessels. Okay. And if we could get a hold of that before we go into the catacombs, that would be really nice. For the accuracy against vessels. Other than that, nothing too special in here. Alright, Fleet Master's office. Deeren bodyguard. Rawatayan guard. Nothing. The Valians are behind the mess at Hasango. They'll pay. Same thing others have been saying. Zanikaru is seasoned warrior and a strong leader. That is stealing to go in there. Fleet Master. It's also stealing to get into the desk.
Clear skies, my friend.
Wakoyo crosses his arms and tips his head to the side. A long scar traces a path down his face, curving sharply where his cheek rises with a smile. We can say greetings, or Lang, Captain of the Defiant, at your service. Or if we were Rawatayan, we could say something, or we're not friends. Lang? Well, we'll introduce ourselves.
I know of you already, Captain. The boats of our decorated armada have orders which spread them thinly across the archipelago. Rawatai finds itself in need of a privateer.
His brow rises as he speaks the word.
Your ship, unmoored from Deadfire politics, is an asset I would grasp with both hands. An arrangement can help us both. You will empty the seas of competition in exchange for profit.
Hunting ships for Rawatai, where do I begin? Or aren't you afraid that privateering will start a war? Or let me consider it, farewell. Aren't you afraid this will start a war?
An official reckoning is drafted to account for every cannonball shot in the name of Rawatai. Our paperwork is most thorough. For every ship sunk, there is a legal justification. Our enemies will know the war is started on the day we fail to turn in our paperwork.
Wow. What bounties do you have available?
A Scylla wave skipper is your first target. A pirate shirking any pretense of lawful conduct in the open seas.
Wakoyo grimaces and inches at his scar. Sure, we'll go ahead and take the bounty.
Most excellent. A Scylla commands the Voyager River Dragon, which pesters a group of islands to the southwest of Port Mage.
Before I go, I had some questions.
Ask away, my privateer. I would not have you take to the water uninformed.
Wakoyo nods and plants his hands on his hips. Alright, nothing else we have to say there. Can we see this?
Is that all?
Nope. This map shows shipping routes from Deadfire to Rawatai. An inscription reads, "That which grows is strengthened," by Coral Mason Takoro. Okay. Out we go there. Let's check out the officers area. And then we'll go back up the stairs.
I noticed the Juana got a lot of statues of Andra.
Akira, Mother Ngati is much beloved.
That doesn't bother you?
Should it? What say?
Well, if everybody in my village had a naked statue of my mama, I'd be knocking on doors and making threats.
That's great. Alright, Officer's Lounge. Azani's cannonball, cold as winter until suddenly she's shot.
Meet her eye when you've got bad news. She respects that.
I don't think she likes me. I spent most of my career escorting foreign ships.
Many have. She's got nothing against scramble routes. But don't stare at her hand.
Probably some good advice when we actually talk to whoever it is they're talking about, rather. The aliens are... Okay. Got that already. Serpent's crown would be a perfect... Okay. Saw that. Cargo manifests show saltpeter received from Rauatai and raw foodstuffs shipped back.
If this is about the Hazatoa tournament, I've got nothing to do with that, all right? I just serve the drinks.
He holds up his hands with the exhausted resignation of a man who's made his case many times. What's this about Hazatoa? Or why do you work for the Royal Deadfire Company? Or I'd like to order something. What's this about Hazatoa?
Some of the soldiers and sailors get to making unwise bets when they play.
He rolls his eyes.
Like I said, I keep out of it. None of the regulars are looking for new opponents, though, if that's what you're asking. All the better for you, trust me.
Why do you work for the RDC?
They always pay on time. They're run by the Ranganui, so they should, right?
He grins.
Also, I'm from a town near Takoa. Rautai's full of all kinds of kith, not just Amawa. But the Amawa have a long history at sea. They make up a lot of sailors and soldiers, including most of the ones that ended up here.
He nods vaguely at the bar. I'd like to order something.
You're a captain working for the Royal Deadfire Company, right? Sure you are. Even if you're not, I've heard your name enough to think you are.
He winks. This is because we have one good rep with the RDC?
Try the razor skewers, if you can handle the heat.
He smirks in challenge. So we have a whole bunch of drinks here. Hot razor skewers. 2 penetration with all weapons, 2 might, plus 1 all power levels. That's pretty good. How long does that last? Rauataian favorite, roasted razor tooth fish, stuffed with fire kelp, topped with a blistering spice blend. Huh. Wonder how long that lasts. Some candied nuts. Dex and perception. Pretty nice as well. Should probably just try eating like a cheap piece of food that I have in my stash and see. We're getting a vendor discount, which is good because of our reputation. Let's take a look here. Let's go with food and drink. Can we sort by value? Yeah, sell value. So this is just crew morale. This removes intellect and diplomacy. Ooh. And only gives power level to a corpse eater, but it does give +1 might. Nothing for us there. 10 fortitude if we eat some of this. Alright, let's although we only have one of those. This is +1 resolve. Yeah, let's get the +1 resolve. Oh, can I... Food can only be consumed when resting. Interesting. I don't remember ever seeing an option of adding a food when we rest. Unless this is specifically when you rest outside of an inn. But I haven't seen a way to rest outside of an inn. I guess you wait, maybe? Resting is not allowed in this area. Okay, it's probably through this then. I had forgotten about that from the first game. The notice reads, service reserved for officers of the Royal Deadfire Company. So that's why we had to have a good reputation in order to buy from him. Rautaian officer. Okay. And there's this table here. Hey Edgar, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Crusader Kings 3. Yeah, we need to get back to playing some Crusader Kings 3. I've been busy trying to get EU4 achievements since I know EU4 is going to be end of life soon. I want to get as many of my achievements as I can before... what's it called? Before they come out with EU5. And then we were playing some Stellaris because I had the new shiny. Someone named Pero is trouncing his opponent at Hazatoa. Nice. But yeah, we will get back to some Crusader Kings 3 at some point. For sure, for sure. It is one of my favorites. Oh, there's a box over here. And a door, maybe? Iron guards. Lore.
What hazard visited Hasago? What disaster darkened its halls? Brave trenches call for justice. Kahunga fold their hands.
Lore College Chanter. Huh. This crate with supplies, which we don't need any of. Let's see what these guys have to say. Oh, nothing special. 1066 AD. Yeah, I still have so many things to play at the earlier ages, though. So many achievements to get.
Mighty winds sent us north to the shores of Raratai, till our 5 ships bore us south to dead fire once again.
Well then. Alright, let's come across this way. But yeah, I haven't played in 1066 yet, but I do need to play there eventually. Spain in 1066 is super awesome. The way it's split up is really neat. I look forward to that. Powder House, upper, locked. It is not... Huh. So it's not considered stealing to unlock this, but our mechanic skill is too low. Ooh, 5 under. Yeah, nothing they have to say there. I'd imagine since we're not really opposing the RDC, we don't need to get into their powder house for anything. Alright, what's an Imperial command? Air around the coral thrums with life-sustaining magic. Watch yourself around Astura Nui. He's a quick study. Seasoned warrior, strong leader. Yeah, all the same stuff. Keep going over here. Only your people have traveled as widely as ours. Yep, the Adirians are all over the place. That's stealing. I think this is going to go out onto the rocks where those 2 crates were. Oh, wasn't the door I was expecting. Oh, orphan dog.
What do you stare at me, priestess?
It's just, I mean, your, hair. It keeps wriggling around like it's got a mind of its own.
Do you wish to touch one? They do not bite.
Would I ever? Hold still. Oh, slimy.
Good to know his hair is slimy. Ez. Here we are. Plus 10% damage with melee attacks, and more likely to critically hit for the party. Alright. Yeah, no sorting. Oh, we never put these gloves on some... Oh, but they're the gloves we need to get back anyway. Amulet of Health. Does anybody need an amulet? Nope, everybody's got one. Boots, plus 8 reflex. We could use those. Though our reflex is already really good. What about you? Your reflex is already pretty good. So's yours. So's yours. Okay, we all actually have pretty good reflex. I might as well keep mine even higher then. That's okay. Find mail. Our armor rating is so terrible, but we need that initiative. No. And no. Could be it there. Go ahead and come on down here. Imperial Command lower, huh? Why does that video preview keep stopping? Don't understand why. There we go. That's stealing. That's stealing. Anything special in the corner? Doesn't look like it.
Did you see those awful verses by the kitchen?
They weren't that bad.
Rhyming Hazanui with kablooey?
I can't think of anything else that goes with Hazanui.
Me neither. That's why I leave epics to the lore college.
Criticism is easier than creation.
Who's in charge of England in 1066 AD? I don't know. Is it William? It might be William. But I'm not certain. Retiring guard. My head. Jailer. I hardly ever see Astura leave his office. That's stealing there. This looks like it can be opened up. Have you tried corpse fruit? No, I haven't. Food-stained tally sheets tucked beneath this battlefield model suggest it's been used for recreational purposes. Okay, nothing special in there. Verzano, what do you have to say?
Mika, it is good to see you. It has been several years, no?
Yeah. What are you doing here? Surprised he doesn't have more to say. There's Astura. This leads back upstairs. I think I'm going to want to talk to everybody else before going in and talking to Astura. Let's close that door so I remember I have not been there yet. England has 2 wars at the start of that. Makes sense. They were... Oh, okay. I don't know who was in charge of England at that point in time. Not... Yeah, Norway and Normandy, I believe, are the 2 they're at war with at that point. William hasn't conquered it yet. I don't remember who's in charge of England at that point, though. Few stray bitter squash seeds are tucked under a pillow. This is all stealing.
What?
Oh,
Here.
that's stealing as well. Most of these papers are letters to home. Almost all praise Deadfire's weather. These rifles look perfectly maintained and ready for use at a moment's notice. All the same stuff. And back out through here. Tying guard. Sabormi. Young woman with a bright, wide smile and eyes to match raises her hand and gives you a quick but enthusiastic wave. Then, with an exaggerated look of embarrassment, she stops herself and crosses her forearms over her chest.
I always forget that part. Say, you're the Watcher of Cadnua, aren't you? I've never met anyone famous before. Except the Hazanui. She yells at me sometimes.
Her grin widens impossibly. Say the Hazanui yells at you? Or are you always this excitable? Or you're the quartermaster, can you sell me something? Or farewell. The Hazanui yells at you?
Oh, all the time.
She screws her face up into a look of mock seriousness. Still, she can't keep from smiling.
Where's my white leaf? Stop daydreaming. Sabormi, if you lose the ledgers again, I'll have you clean the latrines.
At this last comment, she leans close, her eyes wide and voice low with awe.
All this time, I didn't realize she knew my name.
Are you always this excitable?
It's just, this is
She
my
blushes.
first time away from the rough country. I'd heard there were thick, green forests and sandy beaches without a storm in sight, but I never imagined this.
She shakes her head in wonderment.
You must have traveled lots, seen all sorts of amazing places.
Sabormi folds her hands under her chin, watching you intently, and say, why does this interest you so much? Or, and had adventures you wouldn't believe. See the world, Sabormi. Travel is grand. With passionate. Or, sure, I've just got to get Aothis to stop stepping on them. With clever. Or a shrug. One place is the same as the next when you get down to it. With stoic. Yeah, I had adventures you wouldn't believe. See the world, Sabormi. Travel is grand.
I sure hope to.
Because a worldly, thoughtful, Shoti rubs a knuckle along the edge of her jaw.
I'd love Rawatai, but it's hard to go a week without seeing storms, or hearing about mudslides burying a village somewhere.
Her buoyant expression sags, but only for a moment. You're the quartermaster. Can you sell me something? Her face scrunches up in disappointment.
I really wish I could, but my supplies are for the Royal Deadfire Company and our allies. Hazanui's orders. Maybe if you impress her or Atsura, they could make an exception.
She smiles hopefully. All right, farewell. We can go through there. That's stealing. That's stealing. Not that anybody would see us, but it's fine. We're not going to do it. Let's come on over here. Let's go to this training room, it looks like. Archipelago is full of pirates. We have to be ready to defend the cargo.
Oh, all right. Maybe just this once.
Weapon master. Student. Got barely. We've got to be ready for anything. Go to Hasango. Many of us worked as mercenaries and bodyguards abroad. Weapon master won't teach me anything. Rude. Ravatayan soldier here. Hazanui Karu is currently meeting at the palace in Serpent's Crown. Alright. You do have to go there at some point. Go ahead and go back down to Imperial Command Lower and talk to, what's her name? Yeah, Atsura, that one. Hirschlands forge strong people, no? That is true. Neketaka is a fine city, but the Wana know nothing about fortifications. And they haven't needed them until you guys showed up. Zanui Karu is a seasoned warrior and a strong leader. The man behind the desk regards you with attentive, unblinking eyes and a perfectly open expression. His smooth features make it hard to pinpoint his age, though the crinkles at the corners of his eyes suggest he is not especially young. He cocks his head, taking your measure. He pauses before speaking, just a little longer than seems normal. With three benevolent, I can see when he finally does, he seizes you by the shoulders and wraps you in an abrupt but warm embrace. The gesture is so sudden and over so quickly that when he steps back and resumes his politely professional manner, it's almost as if it never happened.
Watcher Nui, the Lady of Kadnua.
He gives you a sleek half smile that reveals a row of perfect pointed teeth. With 3 insight, in his careful stare and the pause before he speaks, you recognize that he's studying you.
I'm not one for ostentation, but your remarkable display at Queen's birth suggests that you are an individual with skills, not mere style.
Who are you? Or, I like to think I've got plenty of both, with clever. Or, this is the part where you tell me what I can do for the Royal Deadfire Company, right? With rational. Or, I do what has to be done, and I don't let anything stand in my way, with aggressive. Or, that's kind of you to say, with diplomatic. Or say nothing. Remarkable display. Suggests you're an individual with skills, not mere style. Let's, he's been nice enough. That's kind of you to say.
Few with abilities like yours would be so humble about them.
His eyes shine with interest. He blinks, perhaps for the first time since your conversation began.
I am Atsura, Grand Secretary of the Royal Deadfire Company.
Sounds like a significant title, but he is strangely emotionless. He might as well be describing the color of his clothing. And what's your business here? Or, for a trading company, you've got a very commanding presence in Neketaka. Or cut to the chase. What do you want with me? What's your business here? Actually, we'll say the second. For a trading company, you've got a very commanding presence in Neketaka.
And why not? Thousands of years ago, our people came from the archipelago. By one reckoning, we have as much claim on these islands as the Huana.
He shrugs and waves a hand in the manner of someone politely dismissing a compliment.
Does all Rauatayan law work this way? Where is that mountain of Azada shells I misplaced thousands of years ago?
Takehu strokes his chin and idly glances around.
But our purpose here is trade.
He gives you that unusually placid smile again.
While our homeland is rich in saltpeter, the violent climate and rocky soils make it a poor source for most other basic staples. It's my business to look after the mainland's interests here.
He spreads his hands wide to include his rather plain, dim office. Say, do those interests include Luminous Adra? Or it's an honor to meet you with diplomatic? Or who did you cross to get stuck in the basement with clever? Or cut to the chase. What do you want with me? It's an honor to meet you.
And it's a pleasure to meet someone of your elegant manners.
He dips his head, returning the sentiment.
Hazanui Karu will want to meet you as well, but she is stuck in Serpent's Crown. It is a place of entirely too much talk, and I find that the more talk one hears, the less it means.
He smiles. You don't sound like you're entirely at ease with your neighbors here, or you're not exactly concise, or cut to the chase. What do you want with me? More talk one hears, the less it means. Kind of feels like he's implying, like, let's get straight to things. But I do want to know about this. You don't sound like you're entirely at ease with your neighbors here.
Such is the world we live in. Were it different, all the locksmiths and masons in Aora would be out of work.
And there would be other jobs for them to do. It's not like there would be a lack of things that people need done if one industry disappears. It's always been that way. He shrugs and spreads his hands as if the logic were self-evident.
And here our neighbors include a nation of pirates and a fractured people led by a figurehead. To say nothing of the Valians.
I could see being worried about the pirates.
Leave it to them to observe a substance that occurs nowhere else on Aora, and immediately set about pulverizing it for profit.
A ripple of distaste passes over his features. Say, and what would you do with it? Or they're also using it to advance the science of animancy? Or that's foolish and short-sighted of them? Or it does no one any good stuck in the ground? Better to use it. And what would you do with it?
Nothing. We know too little about luminous Adra to understand the consequences of ripping it out.
He pauses and considers you.
Perhaps you can help me keep them from doing more harm.
What do you have in mind? Or I don't want to pick a fight with the Valians for you. Or if there's a problem, I'll help however I can with benevolent. Or that depends on what's in it for me. Or this doesn't sound like it has anything to do with me. We are benevolent. If there's a problem, I'll help however I can.
It's not about what the Valians are doing to us, but rather to all of the Deadfire.
Concern tugs at his lips. Because of dutiful, Aloth flashes a quick, pleased glance.
The demand for luminous Adra has sent the Valian Trading Company into a frenzy. Their expeditions grow too bold, and their officers too greedy.
He puckers his lips as though at a lack of discretion at a party dinner.
Worse, their rapid expansion attracts pirates and threatens the outlying Juana tribes. This risks souring the Kahanga royals against all foreign involvement.
He inclines his head like he's about to let you in on a secret.
But you can curtail their growth.
With 2 insight, we can say this isn't about the welfare of the Deadfire. This is about them outpacing you. Or how do you expect me to do that? Or I don't want to undermine the Valian Trading Company. Yeah, this is about them outpacing you, for sure.
By snapping up land, we need to grow food and build ships for our people? Indeed. But our interests and Deadfire's are not mutually exclusive.
He interlaces his long, well-manicured fingers.
The Valians have sent an expedition to Pococahara, a storm-wrecked island believed to house a vein of luminous.
Everybody has an interest in Pococahara. I'm guessing that's where we're going after this, barring, like, side quests and stuff.
I hear you accomplished an incredible feat in restoring the luminous Adra near Port Mage.
He appraises you again with those unblinking eyes.
If your abilities allow you to do that, then perhaps you are also capable of the opposite. Find the luminous Adra at Pococahara. Render it unusable to the Valians. This should encourage them to develop the resources they have, rather than reaching for more.
His eyebrows rise a degree, both a request and an invitation. What's to say I don't tell the Valians about this? Or, I thought you were concerned about disturbing Luminous Adra? Or, why would I help you? Or, very well? Or, we'll see? Or, no? I thought you were concerned about disturbing Luminous Adra.
Deeply.
He furrows his brow, frowning deeply. Abruptly, his expression clears.
But if a small sacrifice here will discourage the Valians from further ventures, then it is a worthwhile risk.
For the greater good, you say? For the greater good. Why would I help you?
Because governors like Clario are a rare breed. Most of the Valian administrators care little for the well-being of the Juana.
It's because of 3 benevolent there?
If the Valians claim Pococahara, it is the locals who will truly suffer.
Alright, We'll see. I still want to see the situation and assess it fully myself. I don't want to commit to one side or the other there. We'll see.
Deadfire is a tumultuous place. Consider the value of an ally with ships, cannons, and the backing of a great empire.
I'm a Deerin. I already have all that. He gives you a soothing smile.
I do not have the precise location of Pococahara, but the tribe on the nearby island of Tikawara could probably help. I suggest starting there.
He circles a small, out-of-the-way island on your map. Tikawara. The village of Tikawara was recently founded by a small Huana tribe. Though the location has limited access to food, it is close to legendary Nguithan ruins, known to the Huana as Pococahara. Alright.
Now, what else can I do for you?
What exactly is the Brass Citadel? He hesitates, looking at you as if the answer is obvious.
It's a trading post, of course.
Your trading post has high walls, cannons, and guard towers? Or what do you trade? Or if you say so. Yeah, your trading post has high walls, cannons, and guard towers.
Anything worth building is worth protecting.
You seem different from the rest of the Royal Deadfire Company. Actually, we want to ask what they trade.
It's a trading post. Rawatai is rich in saltpeter, copper, and a few other profitable minerals. We generally trade for food and timber, which grow poorly in the rough country. The Valians have become aggressive competitors in recent years, but our ships were plying the seas long before the Republic's declared independence.
Doesn't mean you have a claim to the seas.
We learned the value of defending our goods and ships long ago.
He smiles placidly.
Clear skies.
He tilts his head as he watches you, his eyes unblinking. You seem different from the rest of the Royal Deadfire Company.
How do you mean that?
His eyes are attentive and utterly expressionless. You're not a soldier, or you're hard to read, or come on, you know exactly what I mean, or never mind. Say, you know exactly what I mean. He lowers his head, watching you all the while.
Are you making advances at me?
He still has not blinked. We can say yes. We can lie and say yes. We can say no, or lie and say no. No.
It's for the best. This would be a most inconvenient time to begin an attachment.
Let's see here. You seem different.
How do you mean that?
You're not a soldier.
Rawatai is composed of many types, but it's true, many here are soldiers and engineers, none of whom are especially diligent about paperwork.
He spreads his hands to encompass the scrolls on his desk and in the shelves behind him. Alright, let's say he's hard to read.
How do you mean that? It comes from years of practice. It's the only way I've learned to beat Karanui at Hazatoa.
I'm guessing he's a spy. Is what his, like, he's probably an intelligence officer of some sort, would be my guess. Good place to be, like a second in command. Well, no, he's not even a second in command. Is he? No, yeah, he's second in command. Yeah. Very likely. Alright, come on over here. Where do we go from here? Oh, we want to go up to the palace area. So, come on down here.
Must you practice your chant so loudly?
Songs are for singing, my friend. If they bother you, I will find one more to your liking.
Poor Alof. Alright, let's go up to the Serpent's Crown. 3 hours, 1 minute. Through the Sacred Stair, across the bridge. All the way up to there. Okay. Mataru Warrior. Serpent's Crown. Nothing ever happens up here. That's not foreboding at all. Natehe. Also Palace Upper Floor up there. Alright. What's Natehe have to say?
You return. What say, friend?
Okay, we already talked to her about the Harapo Epic stuff. She has nothing new to say there. Trading companies have sent emissaries to speak with our queen. Alea blesses her with patience. What do we got here? Another guard. Say Tangaloa speaks through you, Watcher. Is that true? It is true. Trading company. Okay. Wealthy gentleman. Sacred Stair is the city's divine heart. Visit to pay thanks to the gods. Oh, let's take a look at the map of this place. So yeah, we got the palace up here, which we need to go to. We got Takano's estate, a cart, Muhai's estate, Lady Epero's estate. So I'm guessing these are nobles. The road south. We should probably go to the palace first. Well, no. Let's check with the nobles. See if they want us to do anything in the palace. I would imagine they do. The Takano estate.
You must be careful when sparring. See the scratches on the wood?
Oh, there's Takano themselves. Andra, Nagati, the gods go by many names, but they are the same. Alright, Takano, what do you have to say? An older Mataro man stands ringed by younger Juana. Apprentices or pupils, it seems. His robes shimmer with quartz beading, and his perfume announces his presence from across the room. Yet beneath his finery, he looks like a fighter gone to seed. Disused muscles flop from his arms, and flab pads him like so many layers of silk. He looks up and notices you.
Greetings, and welcome to my home.
He gestures to the lavish room, puffing his broad chest out a little more.
For what do you come to my villa?
Beaming, he spreads his arms wide.
Is he going to do this every time?
Takano continues grinning at you, oblivious to Ayla's irritation. And say, I hear you have a rare Onderite artifact? Or read Takano's soul? Or farewell? Let's go ahead and read his soul. Hey Tricady, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Good evening, everyone. Hope your weekends are better than Trisha's. Aw, yeah. Your essence slips from your body. Takano's soul enfolds yours like a warm, oily thing. As his fears and questions seep into you, your perspective shifts to his. At first, you worried this wood elf before you had been sent by the Valian debt collectors. It would be a low trick, taking advantage of your famous hospitality, but then those Valians are crafty. Perhaps if your villa were bigger, then they might know you are a man worthy of respect. At least you have the shell. You tuck it away not only for safekeeping, but also because you are a little ashamed of it. How could such a simple, ugly thing be sacred to a god? But it was a gift from the queen, and so you keep it. Your gaze strays to the wall. Yes, you must knock down the section there, install a wide, grand window, once you have the money. You retreat from Takano's soul, to find him watching you with a placid smile. I hear you have a rare Onderite artifact.
The Cornet of Waves. It is a conch shell, but very important. To receive it is the highest honor.
He nods vigorously, jiggling the loose flesh of his neck. He sounds like he's trying to convince himself more than you.
The Queen gave it to me as thanks for my years of service. I was her personal bodyguard when she was a child, you know.
He folds his hands over his considerable paunch and say, I need the Cornetta Waves, or why is the Cornetta Wave so special? Or farewell, why is it so special?
Because it is sacred to the goddess Andra. Everyone knows it is a privilege to have.
He clasps his interlaced fingers together, his knuckles glowing white. He glances towards his apprentices.
A carrot to Kano. Everyone knows it is a sign of favor.
She snaps to. Her response is sudden and automatic, as though Takano had just given her an order. He gives the apprentice an appreciative nod.
I am misled if holding a shell is all it takes to earn Ngati's favor.
Takehu tosses his hair and chuckles to himself. And say, Juana used to have conch shells to communicate for centuries. This is likely one such device. If we had one history, we're an island Amana, and we're from the Deadfire Archipelago, we could have something to say. With 5 Arcana, such artifacts are often imbued with powerful spells. Take care when handling it. With 5 Religion, Andra is the goddess of loss. Legends say she calls missing things to her with the music of the conch. Or I see. Let's go ahead and... So we do want to try to get a hold of this thing. But I don't want to take it by force from him. There was also the possibility that there was the other one of the pair was lost somewhere. We might be able to find that if we can't get this one. If we tell him that it's imbued with powerful spells, based on what we got from when we read his soul, he may actually see value in it and want more for it. But maybe putting some religious significance on it might be good. Andra is the goddess of loss.
Truly? Then I must hope she calls nothing back from me.
His booming laugh has a nervous edge as he glances around his fine home.
Generations ago, there was a similar shell. When the old city sank, Andra's faithful gathered around that cornet and prayed for deliverance.
He leans close, a storyteller's grin spreading across his face. An ominous sing-song creeps into his voice.
But Andra is not a goddess of mercies. Instead of lifting them from the ruin, she pulled them down with the shell and said they would rise when it did.
He chuckles and leans back, clasping his hands over his generous midsection.
That is the story, anyway. Macabre, no?
All right. His eyes twinkle with glee. There's an ad going right now. I need to get up for a moment. So I'm going to stretch my legs, grab another drink, and feed the cat real quick. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And I return. Thank you for your patience. All right. I need the Cornet of Waves. Let's see what he has to say.
But it was a gift from the Queen.
His eyes widen.
It is unusual for a man of my standing to give such a thing away.
With 5 bluff, we could say, I shouldn't say this, but I'm on a mission from the palace. A symbol as important as the cornet would help. With shady. Or I can pay you for it. The Cornet of Waves is no mere trophy. Deserves a keeper who knows its history. Or consider it a trade for your life with aggressive. Or actually, let's discuss this another time. He is in kind of dire straits with his wealth. We could offer to pay him for it, but let's see if we can just get him to give it to us. It's no mere trophy.
But the Queen gave it to me. There is great honor in such a gift.
With 2 insight, the honor lies in her esteem, which you still have. That's what matters to you, no? Or the Juana way is prize share. The shell was passed to you, not given. Or with 3 religion, Andra punishes those who refuse to let go. If you cling to her relic, imagine what she might take instead. Ah, that'll get him, especially with what we had already put in his mind. Or actually, let's discuss this another time. Though the insight one matters as well. The honor lies in her esteem, which you still have. That's what matters to you, no?
But what is esteem if no one sees it? Esteem is expensive to maintain.
He glances around at his spacious villa, his shrewd expression reflected in mere smooth marble. We could give 750 copper. Under the circumstances, this is a good price. Or actually, let's discuss this another time. Go ahead and discuss another time and see if we can come around to the other option.
It is unusual for a man of my standing to... But the Queen gave it to me. There is great honor in such a gift.
Okay, and Andra punishes those who refuse to let go.
Far be it from me to offend a goddess, especially when I have much else to steward.
He blanches. He looks around at the spacious villa. His nervous expression is reflected in the mirror smooth marble.
Take it. With my blessing.
Thanks. He presents you with a large, lustrous conch shell. The surface is inscribed with symbols, and the tip is fitted with a silver mouthpiece. Alright. Cornet of Waves. This conch is inscribed with the wave and crescent symbol of Andra. The tip has been sawn off and fitted with a silver mouthpiece. When you hold it to your ear, you hear crashing waves and the faint sound of a woman singing. Pull the lever, conch. Wrong lever. Welcome on in, Sober Pirate. Hope you're doing well today. His apprentices have anything to say? Nope. An elementalist over here. Nothing to say. Cook. Yep. Archipelago is full of new faces, I say. Alright, nothing special in here. Stealing. The shark portrayed mid-leap has been carved from a single piece of wood. A wide blade is mounted here. Beneath it, an engraving reads, "For courage in battle." Not too bad. Finally got good sleep after slogging through on 4 hours for like 3 days. Ugh. I totally understand that. It happens to be a lot. I'm only on about 5 right now. See cracks along the surface of this battle horn where it was carefully repaired. Though for once it's not just regular insomnia. This is my cat waking me up consistently throughout the night. She has been very restless since she got better from being sick. It's officially not your favorite. That's fair. Yeah, she seems to be okay now. She still won't eat dry food, so I have to keep feeding her wet food for right now. If she eats dry food, she just vomits it right back up, which is unfortunate. I'll probably have to take her to the vet again after, I think they said another 2 weeks if she won't eat any more of that. We'll see. Yeah, poor kitty. And if I have to stick with wet food, I have to stick with wet food. It's not that bad. Every day you worry that Rauatai will attack. Sailed in on the Defiant. Yep. Okay, here's a vendor. Una.
I'm sure I have the perfect gemstone to match your eyes. Take a look.
Show me what you have for sale. Okay. Chance to reflect against spells. Grants shifting chroma. Colors within the Hellstone shift, applying random defensive bonus at the beginning of combat. So either an armor rating, concentration, -5% damage taken, +3 all defenses, or 10% chance to reflect against spells. Crazy. Goes on your headpiece. Okay. Ring of Boundless Stars. Grants a couple of spells. Ring of Minor Protection is always nice. Stone of Power. What's Power Surge? Boost power level for the duration of the fight. Ooh, nice. Once per rest. Another Amulet of Health. Bunch of gems, which we could use to do some crafting, probably. Almost certainly. Let me take a quick screenshot of those gems. And their prices, actually, as well. All right. There's that. And then we'll take a look and see if we need any of those as things we're missing for upgrades. Oh, not that. Not that. Not that. I know this can be upgraded. There we go. Enchant. So, we're missing Pyrite, which is not on the list because it's not a gem. And we're missing Valoon, which is not on that list either. Right, we could go that route, but we don't have the money. And we were probably going to go with Cosley Fixed anyway. Pierce armor, slash armor. Actually, no, structurally stable is probably better. Yeah. So we definitely want to go that route. We just need money for that one. And we're missing everything for that. None of which are on that list. Duskfall. Oh, Superb's the next one up. Again, Pyrite. And the emeralds are not on the list. 15,000. Drawing cut, we would just need cash. Same with drawing parry. Same with flesh seeking. Same with heart seeking. Okay. Gladiator sword. Pyrite again. And we already did sharpened blade. That needs a Valoon, which is not on the list. And an emerald. Then a ruby and a sapphire. Yeah. What route would we want to go down with this? Minus 10% slash damage. Immunity to attacks versus reflex. Ooh. Until they're hit twice by other attacks. Or resistance to perception afflictions. Oh, right. We had a discussion about that before. And I think ultimately Veteran's Maneuver is probably going to be the better way to go. Lets you get in right away. Without having to worry about anything targeting reflex stopping you. However, this resistance is the whole battle. Battles can sometimes last a little while. We'll probably go like a steel trap. But we don't have a Vithrek brain, so it doesn't matter. And we don't have the money for any of that anyway. This is, again... We need to find somebody selling pyrite. Craziness. We need scales. We need ooze plasma. More pyrite. So much pyrite needed. That needs sapphire and primal water. Shoti's lantern. Looks like we're fine there. And the sickle. That is a garnet, which is on that list for 190. That's a large fang. So the only thing that we need to buy is that if we want finality. This is raw damage per round for 3 rounds upon scoring a hit against targets with less than 25% health. Or we can get Urgent Harvest, which is action speed for 1 round when near a slain enemy increases with religion. We're probably going to go with Urgent Harvest. Because as we get higher and higher level, that raw damage is going to mean nothing. As things get more and more health. Okay. We can potentially come back and buy that gem if we needed to, but I don't think we're going to need it. Alright, Muhai's estate. Each island in this miniature model has been carefully sculpted, lined with carved rings that indicate height. Neat. That is...
last. Akira, I have waited a second lifetime.
Oh, an orphan dog. A ghost, huh? Or a spirit, I guess.
There you are.
The spirit tilts her head, considering you. After a moment, she reaches a hand toward you. You can say, yes, I'm real, or reach out with your hand, or keep your hands to yourself, spirit. Reach out your hand. Your hand passes through hers. She lets out a soft, sighing sound and draws her hand back.
I did not expect to wait so long for Rikuhu's messenger. Or have you come as Barrett's usher? The foreigners twist even our gods. Should you not be a dwarf?
You can say, I'm not the usher, I'm a watcher, or I'm helping the usher out. He's pretty busy with clever. I'm not the usher, I'm a watcher.
Akira, I have not met one before. Nor will I again, I think. But you are here to take me away, are you not? Well, I refuse to go. Never will I move from this place until justice is done.
It's a good thing you found a watcher, because that's what we take care of. She stamps her foot soundlessly.
I follow Magrin's way. Yet sickness took me before my time. I died alone, and without honors. It must be put right. My body cannot be left here to rot, forgotten. I feel it there, like an itch.
Okay, and luckily in town there is a group of Magrin priests, so that's helpful. Who were you? Or do you know where you are? Or what's the last thing you remember? Or is that why you haven't moved on? I could help you. For good luck with all of that. Farewell. Who were you?
I have been many things. And in performing my duties, I brought honor to my caste and to my kin. A sea captain, a great explorer, trusted advisor to the Queen herself. Now, that is before I left the sea for the mountains to make maps and guide others. Chief Navigator, that is what I made of myself.
Do you know where you are?
I can see nothing in this place of death but distant lights. But I feel I must be close to where I died. I have not taken one step since the darkness came.
What's the last thing you remember?
The sickness. Days of it. Lying in my own filth as the disease withered me. I passed from wakefulness to sleep with every breath. But I knew at once when it was over.
Is that why you haven't moved on? I could help you.
Of course. Some kind of mistake was made, and now Magrin will put it right. I thank you. Please, search my home. My body cannot be far.
Okay. Her last request. Mother of Pearl. Look at that. Various unfinished letters lie scattered across the desk. You catch fragments of a meandering apology, largely obscured by spilled ink. Okay. Table. A book on the efficacy of imps. We've read that already. The rise of the cipher Rangas. I think we've seen this already. Line of succession in a Huana tribe is malleable to change. One trend remains constant. Matara warriors possessing strength, leadership, and wisdom make a natural choice for Rangas. The Kahanga diverged from this pattern centuries ago. Instead of choosing from accomplished fighters or hunters, the Kahanga look to the most intellectual and tactical Mataru-born. Recent Kahanga generations have embraced this uncommon practice by favoring ciphers in their leadership. Some believe the development to be in reaction to the spread of foreign influence in the Deadfire, but the tradition stretches farther than most credit. Onikaza II, latest of the Cipher Rangas, seems determined to not be the last of the Cipher Rangas as she clings to diminishing Huana sovereignty in the region. Rising where other tribes floundered, the Kahanga are praised for keen political maneuvering and endurance in the face of relentless trials. All that remains to be seen is how much one cipher can endure. Then Diary of an Unnamed Pirate. Excerpt from the Diary of an Unnamed Pirate about the lost vessel, Fisher Queen. The sea is every inch Andra's blood, every inch her tears, and though it be Amira's breath what moves us through it, it's only by Andra's will we don't drown in her holy viscera. Court her wrath at your peril, 'cause she don't know the meaning of mercy. An old-timer told me that on my first time out of port, and that crusty bastard never knew when to quit flapping his gums, so I never believed a word he said. I never saw the goddess herself rise up out of the depths and put her watery hand to a vessel. The winds and waves, those were earthly threats. The gods got better stuff to do than torment us. Of course, that was all, for I started shipping aboard the Fisher Queen. Wreck of a man found me in the mare, in Neketaka. One eye, scars all up and down his face, a real pirate's pirate. Sidled up to me at the bar like we were old friends. Look like you know your way about some rigging, he said. Thought he was trying to pick me up at first, and I nearly let him do it. Instead, he laughed. Got my eye on something special, on some special game, he said, and we're gonna need the best there is to bring it down. Now, I don't give anything about prestige. Pump up my ego all you want. What kind of coin you offering? Well, he was offering good coin indeed, so I went with him. Dumb thing to do, but what did I know? Nothing. Not a god's damn thing. That's clear as the morning to me now. We were hunting maidens. Maiden flesh, really. Wasn't a delicacy nowhere, but my new friend, the one-eyed sailor, was aiming to make it one. Start a craze. Cash in. buy a nice little island out from under the locals, and spend his remaining days laid out on a black sand beach with a jug of palm wine in the crook of one arm and a ready lever in the other. Now, you hear stories about those beasts. We all hear stories. Sailors lured to their deaths by the Maiden of the Depths and her handmaidens, unable to resist the beauty of their mournful song. Sounds like BS, doesn't it? We found a pack out near the Ophetia Channel, hunting tuna. They had the look of handsome ladies from a distance, tails long as a stormy night and slick as a salt-drenched deck, hair like seaweed with wide, comely smiles. So we netted a few and dragged them on deck. Wasn't even hard. It was like they wanted to be caught. They hissed and screamed as we readied our knives, and too soon we realized our mistake. We discovered their rows of serrated shark's teeth and unhinged jaws when one of them swallowed Yorick whole, and we learned too late about the poison barbs on their hips when Gavril grappled with a pair and started vomiting up chunks of congealed black blood. And the glitter in their sclera-less eyes, dark blue and deep as Andra's own void, came to know when one took my right arm clean off at the elbow. As if that wasn't grim enough, that night, the Lady of Lament got her revenge on the Fisher Queen for our transgression. We lost our mainmast, all our fresh water, and 4 men overboard in a storm the likes of which I haven't seen since. We drifted for a week before a Valian merchant ship found us, and the great irony of it all was the maidens tasted bad. Hey, Cake, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Alright, get some river reed. Not bad. Poor orphan dog.
For what did they just leave her like this?
Evie. To resolve, resistance to resolve afflictions. That's really good. And the party-wide is duration of resolve afflictions applied to your party is reduced. Okay. That's not bad. Improves will and deflection. Maybe. Spear, ragged leather, blessed incense. And Muhai's remains. Lifeless body of a Wana woman recovered from an estate in the Serpent's Crown. There we go. Let's go talk to her.
Have you found it? Akira, I hope I have not rotted away.
I found a body in the bed. I assume it's yours?
Yes. To think, a Mutaru of the Kahanga tribe left to die alone and forgotten. Unthinkable.
I'll fix this, I promise, with benevolent. Or it shouldn't be too hard to arrange funeral rites with rational. Or no one deserves to end up like this, I'll put it right, with passionate. Remain silent with stoic. Or I guess you weren't very popular with cruel. I'll fix this, I promise.
In life, I would have faced any challenge. Now you are my champion. Magrin smiles upon your deeds. Take my body to the Temple of Magrin in the sacred Stair. There is a great fire there that burns eternally. Burn my body there, so that it may be dedicated to Magrin in death. I cannot pass from this life until all is in order.
You've reached 1,000 realistic battles in War Thunder. Nice. Very well. We'll fulfill your final wish with benevolent. Or are you sure this is what you want? Or that isn't how it works. Find the Adra veins and you'll be released into the wheel with rational and honest. Or, and why should I bother? Or how am I supposed to carry a body down to the temple without anybody noticing? Let's go ahead and tell her how it works. And if she still wants to have the dedication to Magran, we can do that for her. That isn't how it works.
You mistake me for one of the outsiders. What do the gods care for such things? No, we must go to the brazier. I cannot see the way, and so must follow you. Lead on, my friend.
All right. Will do. Artisan there. Yes, I did arrive on the Defiant. So the statue marching through the sea has already destroyed so much, I wonder if anything can stop it. Alright. This is locked, but not breaking and entering, it looks like.
I guess that wasn't so hard.
Alright. Lady Epero's estate. Oh, a war dog. Had 3 skulls.
I'll see what I can find.
Let's leave.
My target.
This is obviously not where we're supposed to be yet. We'll come back here some other time.
Can I ask you something personal?
Makera, do not hold back, my friend.
You sure? Sometimes I ask things to get people riled up without meaning to.
Well, if it riles me up, then I say you have my undivided attention.
All right. Is there any kind of ocean critter I shouldn't be eating in front of you?
Eder, you're great. All right, so we need to keep in mind that Lady Epero's estate we haven't explored yet. I do wish I could make notes on the map. Nope, that just takes me there. Yeah. No sort of notes available. Alright, let's head up this way. Yay for auto pause on enemy sighted. There's blessing. What do we got over here?
Hunter or prey?
Wealthy gentleman. State of view. Okay. Yes, we sailed in on that ship. Every day you worry. Nungata, what do you have to say? One with a skin like hardened sailcloth sits upright and stares off to the distance. Her lips held in a tight and thoughtful pinch. She blinks and sits even straighter as you cross her view.
So, it will be you, then.
You're back. Hope the rating made your day. It was great. Thank you very much for bringing your community on by here. Hope you got your game. Also, welcome back, games. Her hand strays towards the sheath at her side, but she holds your gaze evenly. We can say what? Or I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Or draw your weapon. I didn't come for this, but here we go. Or lie. Yes, that's right. I think you've mistaken me for someone else.
Then, I owe you an apology. I have collected many foes over the years. Some of them would sprint up the mountain to see me push through the jaws of the great eel.
She exhales and moves her hand back to her lap. And say, who are you? With me, it's usually a pit or some Ingwithian machine instead of an eel. Or you look like you can take care of yourself. Who are you?
You do not recognize the great huntress of the archipelago? The candle of infamy burns too bright and too fast. As Nungata Whale Splitter, I cleared the jungles and seas alike of slippery creatures. I earned my foes later, when I hunted a deadlier prey.
Men? Lots of men? Extremely tall women? Pirates? Pirates.
Akira, often. I was a bounty hunter.
She smiles to herself.
It's been years since I tossed a harpoon, so now I stay abreast of what bounties need filling. That's Mataru retirement for you.
What bounties do you have available? Or you must think everyone is out to get you? Or farewell. You must think everyone is out to get you.
An occupational hazard, I say. Hunters do not play well with others.
She glances away and clears her throat into her fist.
You... Didn't you help me track down that crab thief in Etua?
Nungata glances up at Takehu.
So it is true what they say. You never forget a face. Nungata, a pleasure as always.
He inclines his head.
Hard to forget the boy who pilfered half my earnings when he thought my back was turned.
She raises her brow and folds her arms.
That is a vile falsehood. I pilfered a third of your earnings. A finder's fee.
Takehu chuckles to himself, but Nungata narrows her eyes and shifts her focus over to you. Because of irresponsibility, Aloth sighs through his nose, and Shoti's eyes narrow, dark lashes fusing. Ever miss the hunt?
I miss traveling across the archipelago, answering to no one but my empty belly and purse.
She grins out at the city and sighs.
But this is a younger woman's game. Better that I step aside and make way for aspiring killers. Akira?
What bounties do you have available?
Interested in taking up the trade, are we?
Nungata thumbs her chin and smiles as she considers.
I warn you that I deal in the heads of the exceptionally dangerous. A lady needs standards, after all.
She raises her brow and searches for any sign of hesitation. I assume that means they're exceptionally well priced. Or if we were a rogue assassin, we could say something here. Or in that case, I look forward to getting started. Or I can handle myself. Give me the details. I can handle myself. Give me the details.
Cut your teeth on clever Bena, infamous dwarf mystic of the obscured. A scavenger, I say. Picks off those who trust her for an evening, and then pockets their coin when she's bled them out. Bena was seen traveling on an island due southwest of Osongo.
Before I go, I had some questions.
Ask away, Hunter.
Nungata opens her palm and leans forward. Alright, nothing else to say with her. Arity.
Do you seek companionship on your travels across the Deadfire? Why not take a little friend along?
Oh, does she sell pets?
We have many animals on offer, all well-trained and eager for a new home.
Let me see what you have.
Akira, you are sure to find one that suits you.
We can afford it, and she doesn't have too many. We may just buy all of them. Oh no, she has a lot. She has a lot. Ah, Nebula. Okay. Chance to cast Withdraw or Recall Agony on owner when attacked while near death. And Nebula's Blessing. Periodically grant any one character an inspiration. While you're near death and being attacked, Nebula also has a small chance to cast Withdraw. Okay. Rare Dan. Hits in Converted Grays. Ginger L. Esri. Pumpkin Eater. +1 Intellect. Bark String. -20% Dexterity Affliction Duration. Gizmo. +25% Stride. Socrates, health restored per kill. Mercedes is max health. Freya is intellect. Roxy is resolve. Pancake is might. Harley is damage with ranged attacks. What's your party-wide effect? Bonus to ranged weapon accuracy. Ooh. So extra damage for our main character who is ranged, and extra ranged weapon accuracy for everyone in the party that uses ranged weapons. Tempting. Perception. Bonus to ranged weapon accuracy. That's also tempting. +1 to fire. Keyword level power levels. Intellect. Area of effect. Catherine von Killian the Cat. +1 intellect. Ginger Demon for perception. And a reflex bonus for the party. Elmo for stride. Bubble the Cat for stride. Okay, they're not too expensive, but we can't afford them right now. We do get a discount, which is nice. Maybe we can earn some more reputation before we go buying them. Wealthy gentleman. Okay, probably want to go in the basic area of the palace first. Also, it's been a while, so we should save.
Hold a moment. You may visit the palace and its shrine, but be warned. The Queen meets with trading company vipers. Take care you are not bitten.
And say I have information for the Queen. That's a strange way to speak about your allies, or I'll keep that in mind. Strange way to speak about your allies.
Mere words.
The guard gives an untroubled shrug. I have information for the Queen.
You will find her in her throne room through the door behind me. Inform the guards of your purpose. Whether the Queen will hear you above the baying of her guests is another matter.
The guard gestures towards the door, dismissing you. Alright. To the palace. So then we need to take this body to the temple, explore the catacombs, the crevice, the wizard tower, and that should be it.
While I am flattered by the esteemed Hazanui's confidence, I must wonder how my people are meant to have destroyed an entire colony overnight.
The Valian dignitary aims a withering look across the aisle. A middle-aged woman with a square jaw and tar-stained teeth meets it.
You tell us. It's no coincidence that your outpost at Port Mage survived the recent storm.
She pulls a slender pipe from her pocket, but at a look from the Queen's attendants, she puts it away.
You speak as if I could command the tides. While you are casting your blame in a wide net, why not look to our Kahanga allies? We do not share their talent for shaping water.
A sizable Auma, standing by the throne, takes a bold step forward and flares his nostrils at the assembled dignitaries. A hush falls over the room.
I say our guest forgets himself.
He clears his throat and sweeps his gaze from Nero to the rest of the room.
Brother, stand down.
Up to this point, the Queen has studied the proceedings with an even expression. She half rises from her throne as she fixates on Prince Arohi.
You are the one who mistakes my throne room for a sparring arena. I say this is beneath us.
As Arohi lowers his head, the Queen slowly centers her gaze on you and leaves it there.
An interesting visitor in difficult times. You cannot be here to deliver a favorable omen.
Though her mouth doesn't move, Onikaza's voice comes to you like an incessant memory nestled among your surface thoughts. We can nod to Onikaza with diplomatic, or shake your head with honest, or shrug with rational, or what, did you say something? Out loud, or say nothing with stoic. Yeah, it's not a favorable omen. Shake your head.
The gods remember the honest, and so do I.
Oh, that's good to know. Onikaza nods.
Allow me to apologize as I toss you before the wolves.
And it makes sense that a cipher would appreciate honesty from people, since they have easy access to people's thoughts. Though she turns to the dignitaries, you still feel her attention on you.
This one is a watcher blessed by Tangaloa. I suspect that many of our questions about Hasongo will soon be answered.
The queen's voice fills the expansive throne room, leaving you with a hushed silence to fill. You can say, sorry, what's Hasongo? Or, if it pleases the court, I've journeyed from a crippled Port Mage. Or, the damage to your colonies was the work of the gods with passionate. The Port Mage one is diplomatic. Or, I come with a warning for the queen. Or, how did you know I'm a watcher? Or, take stock of your audience. Let's take stock of our audience real quick. The Valian, Nero, projects affluence with his fine garb and gems. Karu, the Rawatayan Hazanui, stands rigidly, watching the assembly through slitted eyes. She seems like someone who rarely leaves her back to a door. Onikaza, the Juana Queen, is all ease and comfort, though something in her bearing speaks of quiet, measured intensity. Her brother, standing away from the proceedings, cannot hide a satisfied grin. The chaos of the hall appeals to him. You can say, sorry, what's Hasongo? Or, if it pleases the court, I've journeyed from a crippled Port Mage. Yeah, same ones as before. Yeah, we journeyed from a crippled Port Mage.
Huck, I know this one. Her parlor tricks frightened 10 years off every sailor in Queen's Berth.
Raising her hand for silence, Onikaza looks to her brother. He approaches, and they exchange a few words too quietly to hear. She lifts her gaze to you once more.
We assembled to discuss the darkening of Hasongo, one of Rawatai's colonies. Watcher, it seems you have the floor.
She opens her palm and waits. You can say Port Mage suffered similar damage when Aethys passed through, or it's possible that Aethys only paused at Hasongo on his way to parts unknown, or we must do something before Aethys, and that's for rational, or we must do something before Aethys tramples yet another settlement with passionate, or forget Hasongo, I seek the giant who crosses these waters. It's possible that Aethys only paused at Hasongo on his way to parts unknown, with rational.
Huh. What sailor's tale is this?
She snorts.
There's no sane explanation for what's been happening. You keep waiting for one, it'll be too late.
Does tilling the soils of the Eastern Reach drive all men mad? You sound as crazy as the Dawnstar Dreamers.
She looks at her the way one would look at an especially rabid but fascinating animal.
Have you not heard the rumors, Karu? An Adra Colossus marching across the sea. Sailor tales, but credible ones.
Nero crosses his arms, looking distinctly uncomfortable.
How came a watcher from half the world away to be involved in these happenings? Enlighten the court.
And say Barath herself sent me to track down Aethys, or everyone is in danger while Aethys walks, I must do something with passionate, or Aethys emerged from beneath Cadnua, my castle. He made this personal. Or I'm here against my will, anyone still listening is free to help me or stay out of my way. Or I'm sailing in the shadow of the giant. I could use some help. Barath sent me, herself sent me to track down Aethys.
The Lady of Doors must have great confidence in you.
Onikaza's tone is amused. Her expression is not.
Tracking down a god who stands as tall as a mountain, a fisherman with poor eyesight could do this. My priests will trip over their feet to interpret his divine plan. Watcher, can you cut through the din and tell for what he comes to the Deadfire?
Can say yes, I plan on using Audra pillars to track and ultimately confront Aethys. Or I'll need to find him first or die trying, again, with Stoic. If we were a priest of Barath, we could say something. Or whatever Aethys is here to accomplish, I'll get the truth out of him. Or the gods are no mystery to me. Aethys will answer for his actions. Whatever Aethys is here to accomplish, I'll get the truth out of him.
I believe our course is clear. We will send the Watcher to Hisongo.
Onekaza spreads her hands, calmly assured of her reasoning.
Set sail to the west of Neketaka. I would tell you to keep a weather eye out for a lighthouse, but the God of Light did not appreciate competition. Something to add, Hazanui? You have an eager look about you.
She
believes herself entitled to my ear, I say.
Onekaza's gaze wanders back to you only briefly.
Only that Hisongo is a Rauatayan outpost. It would be useful for the Watcher to take one of ours along.
She inclines her chin at another woman standing nearby.
Ma'am.
A composed Amawa stands at attention, her furrowed brow cleaving down otherwise warm features. By her feet, a colorful bird preens itself without concern.
Maya's an expert sailor and a better sharpshooter. The best the Brass Citadel has to offer.
She looks you in the eye and gives you a slow nod.
Whatever comes your way, she'll see it first.
If it gets me and Ashiza out of diplomat duty, we'd set sail with a drunk scolder at the helm.
Maya sighs with resignation and nudges her bird affectionately with her toe.
Ac, perfito. Do you mean to stop Iotas by shooting him? Seri Palagina will go with the Watcher. Show her how the Republic's handled things.
Palagina? Is she here? Nero waves airily. And I didn't think she was working with the Republic anymore. I don't see her. Huh. Maybe it's a mistake in the scripting. The guard behind him coughs politely.
Your Excellency, Palagina Messerai has been banished? She has been seen in Queen's Berth. I can have a report to headquarters.
Oh, that's funny. So did he just forget or something? Nero silences the guard with a withering look and a sharp gesture.
You should feel no obligation to take on additional crew. The choice is yours.
And say, I'll take Maya. Always good to have a rifle on hand. Or, no thank you, company would just slow me down. Yeah, we'll take her. It's fine.
Say the word and I'll shoot the tip off a green boy's nose.
Shiza looks up at Maya and warbles something agreeable. Hey, she's got a nice little bird pet. Because of worldly, Shoti lifts her chin in interest.
You're making a mistake, Watcher. In times like these, trustworthy allies are the most valuable asset of all.
Okay. I didn't refuse his offer.
Calm down, Nero. I'm sure you'll get one of your spies in place eventually.
A lazy half-smile tugs at her mouth.
In the meantime, Watcher, I hope you'll meet me in the Brass Citadel. There's more for us to discuss among friendlier company.
She glares briefly at Nero.
I believe we are finished here. Aruihi?
Queen Onekaza rises from her throne, and the surrounding guards stand at immediate attention.
Aren't we popular? Take care at Hisongo. The dead fire was overfull before Aethys blundered in.
Onekaza nods to you as she adjourns.
Your allies will use you toward any end. Do not give your trust lightly.
Onekaza clears her throat and sweeps the room with her gaze.
I say it is beyond time our guests lick their wounds somewhere else.
He banishes the foreign dignitaries with a swift and unmistakably disgusted wave.
Let's speak.
All right. So, she has a Gunhawk subclass for Ranger, or she can be a Ranger and Rogue, or she can be a Ranger and a Wizard. Interesting. So she is always going to be a Ranger. Makes sense because they already introduced her pet. Do we want her to be a straight Ranger, a Ranger Rogue, or a Ranger Wizard? Runs in and bonks Lang before running off. Kalish, rude. Why would you do that? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. What's at the bottom of her ranger tree? Bonded Fury. Whirling Strikes. Twin Shot. Heartseeker. Shadowed Hunters. Stunning Shots. Distraction Training. The normal Prestige. The normal Power level. Or the Empower, rather. Vengeful Grief. Hey, Earth Tower. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Double Bonkus. Wow, rude. I think we'll keep her single-class Ranger since we multi-classed Ranger. I think that'll be fine. So she defaults to Gunhawk, type of Ranger unique to Rauatai, who use Hawk companions to complement their sharpshooting skills. All firearms have increased range. All firearms receive a chance to interrupt on hit. Nice. No penalties. Crazy. Bird companion. So they can fly, which gives them a natural ability to avoid engagements entirely. Okay, so the bird has a way of getting out of being engaged. Bonksling because he thinks it's rude. Rude! Why would you do this? Why? She also starts with Vicious Companion. Deal more damage and penetrate armor more effectively. You get reload initiative, or you get gunner for reload initiative reduced. Very nice. Two-handed style, so she's also going to want to be using rifles of various sorts. Snake's reflexes, combat focus for concentration, then ability-wise, wounding shot, the ability to heal companion, takedown to knock a target prone, evasive roll, get the quick inspiration, doesn't cause recovery. Takedown combo, the next attack on the target deals greatly increased damage, and concussive shock to interrupt the enemy. That'll be handy. Alright. We'll go with Pure Ranger. And I kind of would rather have her in than him, I think. We'll have to grab some gear off of him later. But yeah. Let's get her in there.
Watcher, while we have the chance.
I know exactly what you're thinking.
Maya folds her arms and clicks her tongue against the roof of her mouth. And say, "What's that?" Or "I sincerely doubt it," or say nothing. What's that?
You're asking yourself, how did I let the Royal Deadfire Company plant an informant in my crew?
She chuckles to herself, but there's a note of resignation to it. With worldly, Shoti lifts her chin in interest.
My superiors might expect me to report in from time to time, but don't read too much into it. You're not the only big thing happening around here. I'm in this for a lot of information, a little diplomacy, and plenty of target practice.
She opens her palms and shrugs. And say, "At least you're upfront about spying on me? Or what if my actions damage the Royal Deadfire Company? Or I'm seeking Aethys, I want no part in trading company drama. Or as long as you're keen on taking orders, I don't object to having you aboard. Or when you're on my ship, I'm the captain, don't forget it. At least you're upfront about spying on me."
Better that you hear it from me than someone else, right?
Because of skullduggery, Shoti's eyes narrow, dark lashes fusing.
The company isn't in the business of reassigning officers outside of the mission unless they've got a damn good reason. And you are a damn good reason. Take the compliment.
What if my actions damage the RDC?
This whole campaign is a risk-benefit analysis. The Navy knows you're a gamble, and they're factoring in all potential losses.
Maya wipes a line of black powder from her cheek.
Rauatai is here to do some good work, since the Huana can't seem to do it themselves. maybe just try and stay out of our way.
Wow. I'm seeking Aethys. I want no part in trading company drama.
Then I look forward to seeing how long it takes before you find yourself in someone's back pocket. Oh, guess you ought to meet the bird. Ishi is smarter than he looks, but don't expect him to do any tricks.
Working for the military in an RPG? Questionable decisions made? I'm not working for the military. I am the only one I'm even remotely working for is the god of death, Barath. And that's only because Barath is going to reattach the part of my soul that Aethys stole if I stop Aethys. So that's probably useful for me. Outside of that, working for myself, the Royal Deadfire Company, who sent Maya to work with me, is not military. They are a trading company. And the Valians also wanted to put a representative in my group, but the representative they wanted to assign was somebody from the first game that I convinced her to do the right thing, and in doing so, she lost her position with the Valians and got banished. Did she not just say you were working with the Navy? Sorry, private military pretending not to be. I mean, they are very, very analog to the East India Company. Did she not just say you're working with the Navy? No, she's working with the Navy. I guess by taking her on, I'm technically like working with the Navy in a fashion, but it's mostly just more hands are more hands. And as I said, I don't care about the trading company business. She nods towards the colorful bird of prey hopping around your ankles.
Ishi, come.
Maya taps her arm with 2 fingers and clicks her tongue again.
That's a good-looking bird.
Eder raises one hand and waggles his index finger.
Hey, birdie. Hey, birdie.
Ishiza shows no signs of recognition towards Maya or Eder. Ishiza simply claws at the ground and investigates some bugs a few graceful hops away. We can coo at Ishiza with Benevolent, or with 2 insight, click your tongue with like Maya did with Clever, or Good Bird with Benevolent, or Great, another pet to mess up my ship with Aggressive. We'll click our tongue. Cocking his head, Ishiza turns to you with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Because of resourcefulness, Maya thumbs her chin, nodding. East India controlled multiple countries. They are the definition of a company pretending not to be a military. Yep, exactly. Continue.
Takes practice before he'll listen to you properly, but that's a good start.
Eder nods at Ishiza, who bobs his head in response. Eder nods twice, and the large bird replies with 2 head bobs. Eder begins tilting his head up and down, and Ishiza follows it with vigorous full-body bobs. Encouraged, Eder starts bouncing his own body up and down, at which point Ishiza stops bouncing and watches Eder with cockeyed curiosity.
Did your friend suffer a head wound?
Maya frowns at Eder.
Before we get into deeper waters, I've got a question.
Maya clears her throat into her fist.
You've got a ship and a title. Being captain means more than just wearing a big hat. A lot of tough calls to be made.
Because of dutiful, Aloth tenses his fingers and smiles. And say, I'm figuring it out as I go, but yes. Or, but I still get the big hat, right? Or, I didn't exactly choose this life, but I'm trying to make the best of it. I'm figuring it out as I go, but yes.
A crew can be like family. They can also be like a nest of squalling infants.
I like her so far. The hat is the most important part, nods.
Let's say your galley cook was fixing to organize the rest of the crew into a mutiny. How would you handle it?
And say I'd get ahead of the problem and compromise with the crew with diplomatic. Or I'd kill her, set an example for the rest with aggressive. Good thing Vald isn't here. If she had a better grasp on morale, I'd cede command until we made port with benevolent. Or light a fuse leading to the black powder and leap over the railing with Cruel, or I'd let it play out, see what happens with Stoic. We'd probably go the diplomatic route there, get ahead of the problem and compromise with the crew.
Sort it out as equals. Interesting. Of course, the only right answer is the one that works in a given time and place. I just wanted to hear yours.
And say, awfully specific question, or ever stifled a mutiny yourself, soldier? Or what's yours? What's yours?
Ask me again when I'm wearing the big hat. That'll be a different Maya.
Because of worldly, Shoti lifts her chin in interest. Cook the cook? Is she the galley cook by chance? No, she's not. She's just one of our companions. But she may have been the galley cook in that position at one point.
But enough about me. Glad to be aboard, Captain.
Maya takes your arm and gives it a good pump. I had some questions.
I've got some answers.
Maya nods, giving you room to speak freely. Aha! There we go. It does let us go with this. You're one of Kana's siblings, aren't you?
Sure am. And I heard that you two spent some time together. Funny how the gods toss things together.
Kana was a fun companion. And he was a chanter, which was awesome.
I heard tell that Kana sailed off in search of whatever he didn't find in the Deerwood.
Yep.
They say he lit a fire under the Ranganui to speed up the taming of the dead fire.
Maya grins at this, planting her hands on her hips with pride.
You clearly had some sway on his opinions, more than I ever did. Wish you had told Kana to give up on the poetry. He's got no ear for it.
I did my best to help Kana find the meaning he sought, or I'm glad to hear he's making a difference. Take it easy on him. Or hey, I enjoyed Kana's songs. Or he's not here, is he? I don't have time for non-stop blather. Wow. Did my best to help Kana find the meaning he sought.
You kept him alive in any case, while he wandered the lands in search of stories.
Maya huffs, shaking her head.
I do with bullets what Kana did with words. Just in case you were wondering, the comparison ends there.
Maya tips her head and studies you to make sure the point came across. And say, tell me about your family. Or how did you and Ishiza first get acquainted? Or hello, Ishiza, who's a good bird? Or let's be off. How did they first get acquainted?
I won a shooting competition at the Ranganui's estate. This was a few years before enlisting with the Navy. As a reward, he gave me the freedom of the Royal Eyrie and said I could take my pick of the warbirds.
Maya kneels and strokes under Ishiza's beak.
Stink Feathers here kicked a rather pretty hawk off my arm so he could have me all to himself. Been inseparable ever since.
That's pretty great. Tell me about your family.
Well, my parents came from the Deadfire. I'm getting a taste of my roots.
Maya exhales and glances away.
After they immigrated to Rawatai, their talents caught the Ranganui's eye. He saw them as this spectacle, this achievement of the old country, I guess. So they were honored guests. Not many Huana rose to distinction in Takoa. We were also curiosities. Even as we broke the same bread and tossed back the same wine, the Ranganui's friends always checked under the table to see if I had a tail. Kana thought it was hilarious.
That sounds intolerable. Or you don't, right? Or island Aomana aren't that different from coastal. Or harmless fun, I'm sure. That sounds intolerable.
It was an education in patience. Growing up in the Ranganui's shadow wasn't all bad. We had tutors and advisors at our disposal, and lots of folk from stranger parts than these. I spent my days learning to shoot, while my more academic siblings learned to express themselves. I leave you to judge who spent their time better.
We don't need to patronize her pet. Yeah, let's be off. Thought somebody whispered to us right when this came up. Maybe not. We'll talk to everybody and see. Giant statue crashing through the sea, pirates harassing our ships. Queen should throw all of them out on their ears. It is easier than listening to their complaints at all hours. You're a guest here, Watcher. Do not forget it. Yeah. Those foreigners like to yell, don't they? Okay, they should be thrown out. Watch your step. The mist makes the stones slick. Queen should throw them out. Queen should throw them out. Should throw them out. Giant statue. Be grateful for a Queen's hospitality, Watcher. What's this up here?
Is that all?
Mechanism controls this door is unclear. The plate does not budge under your fingers. Also, we should select everyone again. Talk to
Your
the prince.
coming is a favorable omen already.
The prince nods and crosses his arms, a self-satisfied smile on his lips. We could say, how's that? Or if we had 4 religion, and we're a mystic, or we're a scholar, we could say something special. Or you don't need to tell me with clever. Or I'm just happy to be alive with honest. Or say nothing. Just happy to be alive.
Such modesty, I say. You happen by a time when our rivals bicker and tear at each other's throats. It does not take a priest to see how the gods send us an outsider to dig under the skin of our enemies.
Aruihi chuckles to himself and nods. We can say bow. We could bow and say honored to meet you with diplomatic. Or you don't seem to take your rivals very seriously. Or I'm not here for the gods. I have my own reasons. Or seems I came at a bad time. Or you never know. I could be a bad omen. Honored to meet you.
Save your manners for my sister. Kohopa fashioned me for the arena, not the court. I will not paddle around the island. My sister wants to know if you are as useful as you are disruptive. She trusts me to judge this. You did not come this far to serve the crown, I say. But sailing is an expensive hobby. Loyal service can keep your galley stocked.
With 7 insight, you can say, have any problems with loyalty lately? Or I could use some extra coin to outfit the Defiant. Or may I speak with the Queen? What kind of loyal service did you have in mind with rational? Or I have some questions? Or farewell. Have any problems with loyalty lately?
Neketaka is a city of friends, I say. We exchange so much between districts.
His smile tightens into a hard line.
Even my sister's advisors dine at the officers' lounge and indulge at the wild mare.
Arui grimaces and looks away. I take it you prefer friends to remain close? Or, and she tolerates this? Or say nothing. Take it you prefer friends to remain close.
Here in Serpent's Crown, I can guarantee safety. But cavorting with outsiders, Akira, that is open water.
He opens his palms and sighs.
A helpful warning, Herald of Bereth. From one friend to another.
Say, I could use some extra coin to outfit the Defiant. Or may I speak with the Queen? Or what kind of loyal service did you have in mind? Yeah, what kind of loyal service?
My sister keeps a tight grip on Neketaka, but the filth of it drips down her palm and into the gullet.
He opens his hand for emphasis and wipes it across his shoulder.
Under our noses, I say, do foreigners smuggle contraband and pay the Rapau for their silence. Take this if you need proof.
He tosses the silver medallion inscribed with Valian honorifics. Got an envoy's badge. Medallion once graced the neck of a Valian dignitary and was assumed lost after a terrible shipwreck. How it ended up in the back streets of Neketaka is a question that Prince Ariki wants answered. What's this? Or with 5 history, a Valian envoy medallion. The Republics reward these for exemplary service with clever, or thank you, or say nothing with stoic. Yeah, the Valian envoy medallion.
Akira, you are sharper than my guards for knowing this, I say. An envoy ship sank a day's voyage out of Neketaka. He wore that on his breast. My guards recovered it in a raid of the gullet. This confirms my suspicion. Neketaka has a pirate problem.
Continue.
Smugglers and thieves cluster like rats in Delver's Row. a growth in the bowels of our city. I want someone to peddle the medallion to the black market, earn the trust of these pirates, and learn how supplies come into my city.
His gaze rises to meet yours, cold and calculating. Sounds profitable. Anything else I should know? Or to what end? Or why do you need a watcher for inspection duty? Or I'm reserving judgment until I hear more. To what end?
It will depend on what you find, I say.
Arohi folds his arms and scrutinizes the floor between his feet, deep in thought. With 4 streetwise, he's telling the truth, but there's something more to it all the same, and he doesn't trust his face not to betray it.
Onikaza leaves this for me to handle. While she worries about the manor, I tidy up the basement.
Now tell me what you're holding back.
I say nothing gets past you. Is there any question why I want you for the job?
Arohi chuckles to himself.
If we dealt only in pirates, then I would put a trusted agent in rags and send him down hiding in a food wagon. But Akira, I have reason to suspect our problem goes deeper than we know. For this, I want an expert. They say you're on familiar terms with Ngati's chosen son, Takehu. See that he joins you in the gullet. He knows something of our troubles already.
Okay, so we need to take Takehu with us down into the gullet. All right. What's that? Or I wouldn't have thought the lowered city appealed to him, or I'll consider it. Wouldn't have thought the lower city appealed to him.
Ikera, I am certain it doesn't. The voyage will be good for him, I say. Be on your guard in the gullet. I fear the caverns run deeper than even Ngati could guess.
The prince dismisses you with a nod. Okay. They say Tangaloa speaks through you, Watcher. Is that true? Yes. You're a guest here, Watcher. Do not forget it. Alright. Let's come out to here, I guess. Take a look at all these fish. Water dances in graceful circles around this coral sculpture. Granus Yeagar. Strong alliance benefits both sides unless you want Rawatai to swallow something. Swallow us both.
Ado, Watcher. Clearly you are an interesting woman to know.
Water shapers alone do not keep outsiders at bay.
Clever.
Makarama the Buoyant, beloved of Nagati. Panamu Birdscorn, greatest of explorers. Hamunga Makapu, defender of his people. There's a palace servant here. Tapestries are older than the walls. They have passed through many hands. Some Raparu clothing. Nice. Place is crowded with emissaries lately. Let's talk to this person. Granus Yeagar. You meet a tall, brown-haired man dressed in full plate mail. That might not normally catch your eye, but his mail is unusual. Colored a deep green and emblazoned with the image of a golden tree. Hand on the pommel of his sword, he watches the crowd go by with keen eyes, relaxed yet fully alert. He narrows his eyes when he spots you. It sounds really familiar.
What do you need of me?
He looks at you warily, as if he is deciding whether you are a snake that might bite.
Well?
Tell me about yourself. He's initially hesitant, unsure of your intent. Eyes narrowed, he sizes you up, then nods. Interesting armor you have there. Or we can wait. Let's wait first.
I am the son of a disgraced noble family. My father and brothers were executed for treason when I was a boy. Rightfully so, I must add. And my mother, sister, and I were thrown out on the street. All we had to our names was a trunk full of heirlooms. One of them was this suit of armor, which belonged to my eldest brother. Now I endeavor to live up to its promise and redeem my family's honor. That's the long and short of it, really.
Can you teach me what you've learned as a member of the Shield Bearers? Or tell me about yourself. Tell me about yourself. He's initially hesitant. Interesting armor.
I suppose it is. Are you familiar with the Shield Bearers of St. Elka? We are a paladin order.
If we were one, we would have an option. Or we can nod or shake your head. Let's shake our head so we can get an information dump here.
The order began as guards for Elka, a noblewoman emissary of Kulkin, who bartered for peace with the kingdom of Vadir. The order's founders were forbidden to bring weapons to the meeting, and she was attacked. With only their shields to aid them, they fought off her attackers and brought her to safety. She later died of her wounds, and the Shield Bearers of St. Elka were born in her memory.
He clears his throat dramatically.
I am the son of a disgraced noble family. My father and brothers were all we had to our names was a That's the long and short of it, really.
Can you teach me what you learned?
Well, you would need to become a shield bearer yourself to really learn it all. But I suppose I can teach you a thing or two as we stand here. The privilege will run you 3,000 copper, however.
Okay, so another skill training person can give us bonuses to survival and athletics.
As you like.
I don't remember where the other one was now. Kahunga Palace, upper floor. Let's explore the rest of the lower floor first. A servant. What an unusual bird, I say. Oh, right. We should take a look at her gear. Yeah, she just has a regular arquebus as well. And a pair of swords. Are you even skilled with swords? You are. Warbow as well. Okay, not bad, not bad. She does have a little bit of mechanics. That's good. Good perception. Decent dex and might. Okay, con. Baseline intellect and resolve. All right. A Tepu. The raucous screaming of the birds in their cages is endless. I've heard that Tangaloa speaks through you. Want a depiction of Hyleia is almost menacing in its intensity. Cartographer bites his thumbnail and mutters to himself. No message for us? Though simple in construction, the sink is clean and tidy. Rise of the Cipher Rungus. We saw that. Someone has finished off a quick meal here. And we can go upstairs. That goes up to the rooftop. We'll check that out in a bit. Let's stick to the side here for right now. Someone's bedroom. That's all stealing. Yeah. Oh. There were things to examine. Just had to redo the thing. Whatever creature these jaws belonged to was clearly massive. While Arahi's collection is impressive, few of the blades are actually sharp. Nothing else over here. Okay.
You songwriters need a guild if you hope to learn discipline.
To feed the Not so. We speak in the tongue of Ngati and Amira. Your pretty dances may upset the puddle, but we command the wind and sky.
Hey, I have missed our little talks.
Ikera.
Storm speaker and a water shaper. No small thing to shout above a dead fire storm. My focus has been off lately. Beer Warden, you're safe here as long as you cause no trouble. I've heard of some unsavory business down in the gullet. How can the guards do nothing? Queen should throw all of them out on their ears. It's easier than listening to their complaints at all hours. What say, traveler? Safe here. Barati. That sounds familiar. Alien Trading Company calls Queen's Birth its home. Courtier.
Is that all?
Quiet gurgling of the fountain is a constant backdrop in this spacious chamber. Yeah, what's Barati have to say?
He smells one touched by the great eel, does Barati.
Sizable Amawa tilts his head up and looks down his nose at you, flaring his nostrils with hungry interest.
You are a woman who sits across a fire with death. Akira?
We were from the Deadfire Archipelago. We'd have something to say. You can say sorry what? Or the Pallid Knight and I are on familiar terms. Yeah, we're on familiar terms. He nods, clasping his hands with a quiet delight.
For glutting mighty Tangaloa and hurling foes into their next life, Barati can offer payment. Coins for feeding hungry gods. Akira?
Ah, bounty hunter. We could say you collect bounties, or Akira. Yeah, Akira. Or nod silently. Akira.
Rewarding those who appease the great eel. This is Barati's cause. May the beasts of the Dreaming Lands never know famine.
Barati inclines his head and touches his brow, holding the pose with deep reverence. I'll consider the opportunity farewell, or what bounties do you have available? Which is what we'll say.
Tangaloa rolls a hungry eye toward Dichila, a Valian captain who scouts for luminous Adra in sacred lands.
Barati squeezes his knuckles until they're bone white. I'll take the bounty.
Akira, Tangaloa knew it would be so. Dichila sails her voyager Alicio around the waters south of Neketaka. The great eel hungers for her soul.
Before I go, I had some questions.
Ask, but do not keep the great eel waiting.
Okay, nothing else special. Out this way. Back down to the palace. And just some courtiers.
You might want to reconsider.
Foreigners like to yell, don't they? They do. What pages lie strewn between the books hold a strange arrangement of letters, not all in the Wana alphabet. That is stealing, so is that, so is that, and so is that. We found something hidden that is also stealing. Okay. Too bad we don't get XP for finding stuff that's hidden. That would be nice. Alright, let's come across this way and go up to the roof. Here's blessing on you, traveler. Palace servant there that's playing some music. Fine bird, have you come for Hyla's blessing? Queen should throw them out. Motes of light dart through the winding streams of water like schools of fish. Bunch of courtiers. Servant, Elder Storm Speaker, Master Water Shaper. Maybe they have something to say. Speak the tongue of the archipelago. Every day I worry that Rautai will attack. Now there's more of them. An Elder Tiger there. And an Elder Tiger there. Can we interact with them? No. Rude. Queen's Guard. It's the queen here. Let's talk to her.
You make a habit of turning up uninvited.
The queen has affected a far more relaxed posture. A pair of tigers lounge indolently beside her seat.
Kahopa, Tangaloa. Welcome, our guest.
She nods down to the cats. They fix you with attentive stares that cause many of the courtiers and attendants to gasp.
Watch out. When these things lick, well, I hope for your sake you're not ticklish.
You travel with a brave crew, Watcher.
Onakaza smiles up at Eder. Good Kahopa, good Tangaloa, or get those beasts away from me, or because we're a ranger, they're not budging until the alpha shows her teeth, or back away a step. They're not budging.
Akira, but you have a way with the wild. And diplomacy, I say.
She smiles as her cats look to her for approval.
Your purpose and your temperament seem well paired. Welcome to my garden.
Okay, because we have 2 reputation with the Valian Trading Company, we're getting this message. She nods.
Now, what is it you're after?
She beckons you to continue. Say I just wanted to look around, or I need directions, which way to Hasango, or we can leave. Forgive the intrusion. I'll be on my way. I just wanted to look around.
I'm afraid my pets do not appreciate strangers. Or spies, for that matter.
Oh, I see. Because we have good reputation with the Valians. The whole you're working with the Valians. She strokes the neck of the closest tiger.
It would be safer for everyone involved if you left us. Now. You may return if I call on you.
She makes a terse shooing motion. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, so we can go down to the Serpent's Crown here. Where does this dump us out? Oh, stray cat here. And Jeravard Calder. We got Prissy. And they are 15% plus 15% healing done. And party members regain some health when you kill an enemy. Alright. If we were a healer, that would make a lot more sense. Jeravard. You find a young man with long blonde hair, drawn back in a simple club. His clothes are spare but well tailored, and his armor, a fine brigandine in blue and silver, is polished to a shine. He leans casually to one side, a clean hand on his hip, and sighs, bored. His eyes light up when he sees you.
Hello there. Come to have a word? I don't bite, I promise. Yes?
Tell me about yourself.
Gladly, my friend. Gladly. And how kind of you to ask.
He clears his throat with a theatrical wave of his hand.
I am the youngest son of a noble house. Now, don't make that face. Poor, desperate fool, you must be thinking. Well, waste not your sympathies on me.
That guy definitely bites. Wow. Judgmental, Earth Tower.
Truly, I consider it a boon rather than a punishment. All the comfort and none of the responsibility. What's not to like about that?
What are you doing in the Deadfire, then?
What else brings faraway travelers to the archipelago? Adventure. I've nursed a great love for heroic tales since my boyhood. As I was loafing about my father's estate, I thought, well, Gervard, isn't it time you made a name for yourself as well? So here I am, and though I dare say I'm little use in a fistfight, I can do a fair bit of magic and draw a lovely map, so I've taken to charting the interior wilderness of the Deadfire's larger islands.
Sounds dangerous in its own right.
Ah, but it's worth it for the stories I'll one day have to tell. But truly, if I could only inspire others as I myself have been inspired by those old tales, why, it would be marvelous. Anyway, enough of my prattling. Surely you've other things to do.
Ask them to tell us about themselves again? Or can you teach me what you've learned in your adventures, or farewell? Can you teach me?
Oh, it would be my absolute pleasure. For a price, of course. 3,000 copper?
Ah, another skill trainer. History and Arcana for 3,000.
Well, I'll be here if you change your mind.
So we've got 3,000 copper skill trainers that we know about. So we are going to need a good chunk of money at some point to handle that. Come back across to here. We should be able to exit out into the city proper from this floor. Yeah, right there. Okay, yeah, and looks like there's nothing.
What all do you
up
write in those
here.
reports of yours, Maya? Did you detail the Watcher? What about me?
I may have told the company one or two choice details about you.
For real? You thought me worth noting in your politic papers? Maybe I'll make my temple proud yet.
So you're flattered. Interesting. Guess I'll add that to the next report.
Alright, it's getting on to evening, I think. Yeah, hour 18. So, where do we want to go? We could go give the gauntlets back. Probably do that. I'm also interested in maybe checking the Valian Trading Company to see if, despite what that clerk's, despite him hushing his guard, if that guy did call Pelangina to the trading company. We'll see. We'll go talk to him. But it's going to be evening soon, so let's go ahead and go this way and see if we can catch her. Dark cupboard. Cloaked figures spring out of the alleys, flanking the street. Lovely. What now? Also, we never grabbed our gear off of the other guy. Several figures slink toward you from the surrounding streets. Leading them is an Orlan with blood-red fur and long, sharpened nails. She sniffs the air.
I smell that Mataru Richling's perfume on you. You've got something I want. Give me the Cornet of Waves.
Oh, this. The thugs creep toward you, hand on their weapons. You can say back off, or what if I hand it over and we go our separate ways? Or you must be the one Darrow originally hired. Or attack. Let's get this over with. Delver's Row criminals, minor positive. He must be the one Darrow originally hired.
Hold on. I thought he hired some dummy that bungled everything.
Eder.
I ain't failed just yet. Not when I got you cornered.
Yeah, back off.
Not without the Cornet of Waves.
She inches closer, brandishing a blade. With 4 diplomacy, you're an idiot. The cornet is just a shell. Or with 4 intimidate, I've fought worse. You'll make easy pickings. With 4 bluff, listen, Darrow didn't send me after some trinket. He sent me to get rid of you. Or we can attack. Let's get this over. And minor positive with Delver's Row. Let's go with the diplomacy. And just try to convince them the cornet is just a shell.
That can't be. Why else would Dario send us for it?
Her furred face is a maelstrom of irritation and confusion.
Besides, you're here, aren't you?
With 6 diplomacy, you really think you'd trust some cheap thugs with a real treasure? Oh, and she jabs her blade towards you. Yeah, let's go ahead and keep going with the diplomacy route.
Then what would he want with it?
One hand finds her hip. The other keeps her blade pointed at you.
Boss, she thinks a lot straighter than you.
Oh, because of Rational 2. The thug scratches his head. She growls with frustration and sheathes her weapon.
Fine, but I see you again and things will go differently, I promise.
She storms away, and the other thugs hesitantly follow. Hey, we talked our way out of it. Excellent. Lost XP, I would imagine, and treasure, but whatever. Yeah, we don't get any XP for that. Not one bit. Alright. Back to here, and to the dark cupboard. Alright. Messina. Oh, wait. Before I talk to her, let's look at her quest. Actually, let's look at all the quests that we have sitting here. So we have the bounty for Dasila. Barati is tasked me with hunting down Dasila, a Valian captain who commands the Voyager Aliso. There's a bounty to claim in exchange for evidence of the captain's death, often found in the waters south of Neketaka. All right. Skipping ahead with the Valian Trading Company, 2 skulls. Animancers have gathered their resources and enthusiasm and are intent upon a second attempt to cross the in-between. We need to wait for the Animancers to finish recalibrating their machinery. The Animancers at the Spire of the Soul Seers are performing calibrations on their machines to prepare for a second attempt at crossing the in-between. Flan will send a message when her team is ready to try again. Should I wish to participate? For now, however, she suggests I head back to the Valian Trading Company headquarters for more work. Oh, there might actually be something there anyway. Why is it not marking stuff that had updates? With superior diplomacy, you can call them an idiot with greatest grace. Yeah. Let's see here. I guess let's take a look at everything. Last sighted. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. Blow the man down. Nothing new there. Terms of trade. Nothing new there. Nothing new on the bounty. Dim prospects. Atsura has asked me to thwart the Valian Trading Company's plans for Poko Kohara, which is this one right here. Valian Trading Company has sent an expeditionary force to find the island of Poko Kohara. They never returned. So they've promised a reward if I can resolve matters in the Valian Trading Company's favor. And so I'm guessing I can only complete one of these 2 quests, either Terms of Trade or Storms of Poko Kohara. Or no, or Dim Prospects. Yeah. To that end, he asked me to find a way to render the luminous Adra there unusable. He didn't provide specific instructions, but the details may become clearer when I see the site for myself. Their bounty. Brass Empire. Met with Hazanui Karu of the Royal Deadfire Company at the palace. Might be worthwhile to follow up with her, so we will need to go back to the Brass Citadel. Hazanui Karu leads the Raotayan forces in the region. Through the Royal Deadfire Company, Raotai has territories around the archipelago. That makes the Hazanui and her people a power of note. It may be in my best interest to meet with her and see where our interests converge. And then with the storms, that's more with the Valians. Okay, so this mentions both the Valians and the Royal Deadfire Company. Oh, I wonder if there's even more people that are interested in that. Painted masks. We gotta wait for Aloth to like us more, which is unlikely. We need to find Oswald. We're helping Shoti gather souls. We need to find Hasango to talk to Edder's friend. We need to go into the Sepulchre Kasu, High Priest of Barath, wants to recover a sacred text, the Eulogy of his seer. Eulogy rests in the catacombs under the sacred stair, a place where only those marked by Barath may enter. Descend into the hanging sepulchres? Kasu said that the Eulogy of his seer was etched into stone tablets that now rest in the hanging sepulchres, a complex of catacombs carved under the sacred stair. I can find the main entrance to the hanging sepulchres right outside the Temple of Barath on the lower walkway. Only those bearing the mark of Barath may use the eel's coil, a symbol of the goddess, to enter the tombs under the temple. I've acquired the eel's coil. Nothing's changed with the Archmage's vault. We still need to go take another map of an island. Cornet's Call. So this is... Okay, we already saw that. So now we're on Return the Cornet to Darrow in the Narrows. I acquired a conch instrument carved with symbols of Andra. This seems like the cornet Darrow wants. He's waiting for it in the Narrows, the tunnels that surround the gullet. Etera, the mercenary Dario originally hired, ambushed me on the way back from Takano's. Food for thought. We still need to get more reputation with the palace. Bounty. Last request. Found a spirit, Muhai, in one of the estates in Serpent's Crown. She was left to die alone and refused to pass into the wheel. Search Muhai's estate. Muhai says that her body is nearby, having succumbed to illness. She wants me to retrieve it so that she can be put to rest. Speak with Muhai. I found Muhai's body in her bed, where it must have been for several days. Seems like nobody even knows she is dead. Cremate Muhai's remains. Muhai asked me to bring her remains to the Temple of Magran in the Sacred Stair District. There I must cremate what's left of her body, at which point her spirit will return to the wheel. And then... Velvet Glove, Brass Fist. We already saw that. Return to Fascina. Return to the Dark Cupboard in Pariki's Overlook and tell Fascina what happened with Bertano and the stolen gloves. I paid off Bertano's debt. And that's another bounty, which we probably want to watch out for. Ooh, southwest of Hasango. Do not go southwest of Hasango anytime soon. It's going to be a tough one. Alright.
You're back. Kue, any news?
I took care of Bertano's debt with Hamatu Stoneheel.
You are willing to put up all that money?
One of her eyes narrows on you.
What of the gloves? What happened to them?
We can give the gloves. I have them right here for you with Benevolent. Are these old things? What will you give me for them with Clever? Lie, Bertano took the gloves and fled. Sorry, with Shady. Or lie, gloves, what gloves? I have no gloves, with Shady. I have them right here for you. And give her the gloves. She accepts the gloves with a grateful sigh. We lost Rokawa's fingers.
At least I know Arkemir won't feed me to the imps.
She folds the gloves with care and stows them away.
Take your discount as well. If the cupboard doesn't make its goals, so be it.
Alright. I have need to get inside Arkemir's manor.
Imp, go hang laundry.
She holds up a finger for silence, her gaze following the shop imp as he flutters moodily away.
I'm only doing this for how you help Bertano.
She lets out a heavy sigh and slips a key from her pocket.
Here, burn Arkemir's manor down for all I care.
She presses a key into your palm. Arkemir's manor key. Nice. This ornate key unlocks the front door of Arkemir's manor in Periki's Overlook. Key is oddly slippery to the touch, almost feeling like it's trying to escape your grasp.
What else do you need?
Back to the matter of Arkemir's manor. She sighs and presses her temples with both hands. With 3 diplomacy and 1 honest, can you at least tell me anything useful? Or 1 honest, one or the other. Is there another way inside the manor? Or back to my other questions. Can you at least tell me anything useful?
The imps that guard the manor? Idiots. Arkemir plays with shape-shifting illusions, so his imps know him by his clothes. Do with that what you will.
So if we find clothing like Arkamir's, the imps will just ignore us? Okay. That's promising. Dark quarters, living quarters. Are we allowed to go up there? Apparently so. I don't think we went up here before. Trap detected.
Find Ishi.
Fine robes. Ooh, very nice. No initiative penalty and +1 armor rating. Most excellent. That's trapped but not stealing. All right.
Well, that's not nice. Well, that's not nice. Guess that wasn't so hard.
Nice, nice. Trollhide belt. Regeneration, 1 health restored per round. Also very nice. Facina's journal. The misery of this apprenticeship. Madiko. Arkemir saves only the most tedious errands for me. If I'm not going to learn anything from this trial, I must find some way to steal enjoyment from it. Whenever Arkemir claims to be deep in study, I will find him wandering the halls wearing an illusory face to trick his imps. Fools them every time. Sometimes I think he came to the Deadfire to be alone with those nasty things, and he spites me for getting in the way of his fun. Shortly after he left town, I stole one of the robes he keeps in his bedroom. The imps thought I was their master. Fed me cheese and ale for the rest of the afternoon. Of course, I returned the robe when I was done. Maybe it's not too late to start enjoying myself. Okay. So we do need to find one of his robes. I would imagine we don't have anything else to learn from her.
Do you look for something in particular?
Nope. Let's see if we can find out more from this guy now that we know his story.
Salutations. Do you wish to hear your fortune? Only 1 pyre.
I was told you broke into Arkamir's manor.
What, am I famous out there or something? Tell you what, 500 pyres and you get the exclusive story.
We can give 500 copper. Here you go. Or with 4 intimidate. Tell me what I want to know, or your box ends up at the bottom of the harbor in Queen's Berth. Or with 4 bluff, lie. I already heard what happened from Arkemir himself. I'm just curious to hear your version. What could you possibly want with money? Or never mind. What could you want with money?
I need to buy my way out of here somehow. 500 pyres greases the gears.
I'm gonna say no. He's already proven to be a little less than honest.
What, are you short on coin? Now I've heard everything.
Alright. Yeah, we can do without hearing the story. We have a key, so no biggie. Key only cost us 400. It's fine. We do, however, need to try to find a way to get a hold of his robes. The question is, are his robes near the front here? Or are they going to be... You know what? They're more likely to be along the bathhouse entrance. Because he would come from the bathhouse, probably put on some robes. Yeah. Alright. But we're not going to deal with that yet. What bonus are we running right now? +1 cast with level 1 spells, +1 all skills. What was... Oh, where was that other location? I don't remember now. Oh, no, it was a resting bonus here, wasn't it? Almost certain of it. Let me see what it actually gives, though.
My friend, you return. If
2 health restored per round and +1 max power pool. Actually, I think this early in the game, the skill levels are going to be more useful. Never mind. We'll stay with that then. Oh, did we ever come back and talk to this guy? Or was he there when we resolved that? I think he was there when we resolved it. Alright. Back you go. Alright, let's go to the Sacred Stair and take care of this body. To the Temple of Barath. Oh no, not the Temple of Barath. I went to the wrong place. We needed to go to Magran's place. Up over here.
So scary.
Okay, there's that. Let's talk to the High Priest real quick, though.
Each obstacle is a challenge we must answer. These are whetstones that sharpen us into fine blades.
Muhai has passed. I'd like to commit her body to the flames.
Muhai?
The priest's calm demeanor is shattered by his hissed utterance. He glances around you both.
Muhai has broken with Wahana. The Queen has forbade that any should have contact with her. Akira? She would be banished to the Undercity if not for her sickness. And now that has finished her.
We would have something to say if we were from the Deadfire and an island Aoma. But we are not. Or what does that mean? Or sounds like you're very obedient for a priest of Magran with clever. Or I don't care about your customs. I need her spirit to leave me alone with cruel. Sounds like you're very obedient for a priest of Magran.
To strike without purpose only dulls the blade. Magran teaches us to burn away what is weak within us. Fear, want, arrogance. Those things which rot the soul from within. A group of the Wapua came to seek Muhai's counsel, for she was known as a great navigator. Muhai was of the Aweki before she came to Neketaka. The Aweki and Wapua were enemies for many years, before Queen Onekaza's time. Muhai misled the hunting party, and they were lost. All of us are Kahanga now. To harm Wapua is to harm Aweki. As Muhai turned her back upon her kin, so we were commanded to turn ours upon her. The Queen would have us join our tribes into one raised fist. She could not let Muhai's crime stand.
I can say I'm sorry, I didn't know. Worth 5 diplomacy, she gave them bad directions. That's not the same as murdering them. We had 15 resolve, we could probably intimidate him in some fashion. With 4 insight, so it was a political decision. With rational. Or she died alone, isn't that enough? If we were a priest of Magran, we could have something to say. Or what do I care? Get out of my way, with cruel. So it was a political decision with rational.
I say it was done for the good of our people. The traitors, they make war upon themselves. Each dousing another's flame, they are reduced to embers.
And I say your queen is a shrewd leader. You should consider yourselves fortunate.
He nods, clearly impressed. She gave them bad directions. That's not the same as murdering them.
There are those who kill by sword and those who kill by cunning. To the dead, it makes no difference.
She died alone, isn't that enough?
So too did she act on her own, against her own people. She does not deserve the honor of walking with the gods.
And say the gods are nothing but trouble. There's no honor to be had with Shady. Or can she not redeem herself? Or very well, what should I do? Or with 4 diplomacy, she was still one of you. Her spirit cannot rest. Or burning the body is just symbolic. Who does it hurt? With rational. Or what do I care? Get out of my way. With cruel. Can she not redeem herself?
Why is dead. She has lost her final battle.
Who says one's chance for redemption ends with death? For some, it's only the beginning.
Come. Give me the body. I will bury her beyond the great city walls. It is the best that I can do.
You can give him the body, or no, I will do as she asked and burn her body, or is there no other way? Is there no other way?
You are not of the Kahanga tribe. For what do you do this?
And say, fine, take her, or I feel sorry for her, or her spirit promised me a reward. I feel sorry for her.
And I as well. Muhai has brought great sorrow upon herself.
And say, give him the body, or no, I will do as she asked and burn her body. Yeah, I'd like to burn the body.
You would defy the word of our queen?
The priest looks down at you, his lined face twisted into a solemn frown. Very well, but what should I do?
Come. Give me the body. I will bury her beyond the great city walls. It is the best that I can do.
Is there no other way?
You are not of the Kahanga tribe. For what do you do this?
It's not really our path, but let's see if this gets through to him. Her spirit promised me a reward.
Akira, outsider, have you no shame? Selfishness sealed her fate. It will do the same for you.
I'll do as
you
she
would
asked.
defy the word of our queen?
And dump the body in the fire with Shady. Wow. I don't want to threaten him for it. And I can't get out of the conversation now to restart it.
Muhai is...
Who says one's
Come. Give me the body. You are not of the Kahanga tribe. For what do you do this?
Does it have to be this fire? Yeah, it does. Because it's the fire at the temple. I mean, I agree with their reasons for doing it. But it's also my duty to help these spirits pass on. But I'm not going to intimidate him into letting me do it. And it won't let me just walk away. Otherwise, I'd walk away and try to find another path. Fine, take her.
I will do as promised. Thank you, outsider. The Wapua have their justice, and the Queen's law stands. You have done the right thing.
Moderate positive with Iwana, and lost Muhai's remains.
I hear your talk. Who has turned your heart against me? The priest? Has he forgotten who we were? Never before would a member of the Awiki have been left to die alone. I upheld my tribe's honor, and for that I was abandoned. Left to waste away, to hobble around my home with only maps for company. Now I will be buried like a secret. Never to know Magran's favor.
Can say, I'm sorry, Muhai, with benevolent, or you brought this upon yourself, or Magran never cared for any of us. Find your own way from here, with cruel, or you're a navigator. You'll figure it out. Sounds like she was just racist and proud of it. Well, they're all the same race. They were basically just two competing tribes, is all. Basically, feuding with neighbors. Nationalist, yeah. I'm sorry, Muhai.
Berath will claim you in time. And I will be here, Watcher. I wait for you on this side.
Shoti, can you collect her? Doesn't look like it.
Each
Do you have anything else to say?
is a challenge we must answer. These are whetstones.
Shoti. Do you have anything to say?
Hey, about time we took a breather. My feet are blistered something fierce.
Hands braced on her knees for support, she leans forward and sucks in a breath of fresh air. Her eyes never leave your face. A rosy flush slowly brightens her cheeks, and she beams you a wide, brash grin. As a worldly, Maya thumbs her chin, nodding.
Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, nothing new.
You need
All
me,
for
I'll
now.
be 2 whoops and a holler away.
Alright. Where do we want to go next? Midnight right now. Oh, let's go down and talk to, what's her name? Let's see here. Fleet Master's office. Imperial Command. Yeah, Imperial Command. Oh, I have to actually go to the exit.
Got it.
She's just racist but smaller-minded. Yeah, hating people for where they come from rather than what they look like. Not much better. Voice calls out to you from an alleyway. These people that keep bothering us. Neketaka's poorer districts host more dark than light. The streets and alleys, the only housing many want to know. As you pass by one of these alleys, a voice calls out. You turn to see a hand fold out from the darkness. The pale palm balances a figurine, more silhouette than statue in the dim light. When you try to get a clearer look, the fingers fold back up. Magic, the voice says. It summons beasts to harry your enemies. Will save you in a pinch in a city as dangerous as this. Surely your life's worth a few silver. Torchlight glints from the man's teeth. You want, you follow. The figure withdraws into the darkness. Though you only caught a glimpse of it, you know that the figurine is no mere trinket. There's untapped power within its form. From us having 5 arcana. Yeah. Those summoning figures are pretty handy. Let's go ahead and enter the tunnel. Within the alley, a torch ignites, revealing a tunnel entrance. You pass through the archway. On the other side, a group of principi hold torches and blades. Bodies stuff the corners, eyes dry in the flickering flames. Some with their hands bound, others face down in the grime. Strange vassal, isn't it? Vacal? Valian term meaning easy. Oh, strangely easy, isn't it? The pirate draws his weapon. Set out a little cheese, and these foreign rats come tick, 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 chittering in. Do you really think you're going to beat us? Let's talk about this. We don't need this to come to blows with diplomacy, or hand over that figurine now with intimidate. We don't have enough perception to meet this requirement? Crazy. Because we have 17 perception, and it's not enough. With athletics or streetwise, we can attempt to flee, or draw your weapons and attack. Let's talk about this. We don't need this to come to blows. Watcher only check. We only have 2 diplomacy. Failure. Cloaked man looks to his compatriots. Don't need to come to blows, she says. They laugh uproariously. The thief grins. We might be willing to let you leave without getting too, he licks his lips, prickly. He taps on his chin, making a show of his consideration before he speaks. 2,000 pyre sounds about right. No. Yeah, they've murdered a lot of people. Draw your weapons and attack. Split them stem to stern.
Mm-hmm.
Rude, shooting at us. 2 of them shot at us. Super rude. Oh, and she doesn't have the rested bonus. Good to know. But she doesn't have any spells, so it doesn't matter. All right. So this is the dangerous one. Probably have Eder go and occupy them. Eder doesn't go until after them. There's a paladin here, pistolier, and a chanter. We're going to want to take that chanter out. All right. Well, you go ahead and summon right there. All right. And then mark them. Yeah, that's still all of the abilities we have. Go ahead and come up this way and take a shot. Yeah.
I have my mark.
Only grazed? We rolled a 10. We only needed a 17 or better and rolled a 10. Good job. Leave Aloth alone. Okay, Maya, you are ranged as well. Not your turn. Oh, I see, because this is the pet ability. Right. Takes time to line up a shot. Attacks are more accurate. Yes. We definitely want that. Wounding shot. Raw damage over time to the target. Let's do an evasive roll, I think. Yeah. Let's do an evasive roll to here. There we go. And let's do a wounding shot against this guy. Good hit. All right. It's only a graze, but it was still good damage. Rolled a 25. Only needed a 30. Our rolls.
How may I help?
Okay, Aloth. Ooh. You. Good fan of flames, but they're right on top of you right now. Though maybe that's okay? Let's see here. We do need to get you protected a little bit. Flame shield, yep. Let's flame shield yourself. And get deleterious clarity of motion. It'll drain some health, but that's fine. And then we also want Spirit Shield. Alright, and they didn't seem to engage us. Let's do this. And yeah, let's do that, I guess. Oh, that would get us out of the range of the paladin. Fine, move up a little bit. Oh, but that's... that might still work. Yeah, there we go. So, do it like that? No. No, the paladin's not going to move. Daone's probably going to come up on you. We'll see. If we miss him, we miss him. We'll still get 2 people. Okay. Jyoti. Go ahead and go and attack this guy. Hey, Pat. Welcome on back. Well, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Bonuses for allies. There we go. Can we get him too? No. Alright, that works. Oh, these are going to happen before the chanter goes. That's good. Yeah, she didn't need any shorter casts. Ishiza, go ahead and come on over and flank this guy. And oh, right, you had a rush that you could have used. Knock your target prone. Do it. Yeah. Good job. And Fenrir. Attack, attack. Now this guy's flanked, and he's almost dead. Good. Get that caster out of the way. Only grazed him. Yeah, Paladin got out of...
What do you need?
Ooh. They ran straight through that to attack our main character, taking 34 points of damage. Wow. That's kind of impressive. So Eder should be able to come up around this way. No, actually. Right up to here. Yeah, you got that guy engaged now, and you are hopefully not in that. We'll see. If you are, I'm sorry. And let's go ahead and crippling strike this guy. Hobbled, nice. Good hit, Eder. Good. Eder was not in that. He's taking damage, and he couldn't really do anything. Oh, wow. Hit Eder hard. Whew. Flanked and blinded, but we can take care of that. No biggie. Shoti, your turn. How about you do a nice little blessed harvest on Dione? There we go. All right, our mage is no longer flanked. That spell is so good. Let's go ahead. Can we move her out of the way?
That would be a no.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're engaged instead of
Let's reef this whirlwind.
her. Perfect. Ishiza, go ahead and charge again. Good job. And Fenrir, attack. Yeah, there we go. And the Hunter's Mark is now on this Pistolier. Nice. Yeah, she can take the hits.
Captain.
No big deal. Maya. Let's go ahead and focus on this one. Wounding shot. A graze, unfortunately. What did we roll? A 12. What is up with our ranged attackers?
My turn.
All right. Go ahead and move out of there. And take a shot.
All right, so we're doing this.
Okay, we crit. Good shot. Still only at 69 for our... what is this called again? Focus.
Aye.
Aloth, heal yourself, please. And go ahead. Necrotic Lance this guy? I think that's going to be the way to go. Yeah, Necrotic Lance this guy. Actually, are you engaged with him? You... Oh, you're confounding blind. Yeah, so you need to be right next to him anyway. Oh yeah? Legs? What about legs? Rude.
Yeah?
Alright. You... come on up here and knock this guy down.
Take that.
There we go. Good hit, Eder. Good hit. Ishiza, go ahead and come around this side. And do another ram. Only grazed. Rolled a 5. And Fenrir, go ahead and come on over and flank. Go. Pistolier's going to be pretty useless for the rest of the fight now.
Yeah.
Shoti. Do you have to move away to cast this? You will. That's fine. There we go. Now this guy's marked. And turn to face him again. Necrotic Lance goes off, and that guy's dead now. Go ahead and come on over like this, and... do another Necrotic Lance. Nice, just a graze.
More orders?
Alright, Maya... She is out of bond. Go ahead and just attack.
This, Captain.
Just a graze. Eder, go ahead and come on in here and get the flank. Good job. Is this guy... No, he does not have Crippling Strike on him, so get that. Nice, hobbled. He does have marked for the hunt. Let's just fire a shot.
I have my mark.
Good hit. 6 short. Really? 6 short. There's a Necrotic Lance. Good hit.
How may I help?
I also wanted to check the log because I was forgetting about it. So pet party-wide health effect heals Aloth. Did we see that anywhere else? Pet party-wide effect heals Aloth. Okay, so the pet party-wide effect for heal on kill is when a party member kills an enemy, that party member gets healed. All right. Yeah. All right. We know how that works now, so that's good. Let's go ahead and search these guys. Oh, I forgot to change out my armor. Ooh, a fine saber. We could definitely use that. Fine hide armor. All right, let's take all of that. I would guess that there's... Okay, that's just the exit. Where's the summoning figure? I was promised a summoning figure. Yeah, that's a really good question. Where is the summoning figure? Also, why did they not use it? Okay. The banner key. There we go. The fine robes we definitely wanted to put on. Yeah, because we have a armor rating of 3 with that light armor. This will give us a 4. There we go. And a troll hide belt. Probably best for him since he takes damage to do damage. That'll help him stay up a little bit longer. Medium armor, light armor. Fine saber, which is just slashing. Yeah. Not worth putting on. I guess for now, you can have that. What's your armor? Sharpshooter's garb. Gunnery minus 20% reload initiative with arbalest, arquebus, crossbow attacks. Nice. These are swords, so let's put a fine sword on there. And I would say probably a dagger in the other hand, but we'll leave it as a sword for now. Yeah, that's fine. Hey Red, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. How are things? Don't think you've ever played far into this game. Always intend to revisit it. It's really good so far. I'm having a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the first one, and this one is proving to be just as entertaining. Let's go to Imperial Command. An hour has passed. Where was that office? Was it up here? I think so. Also, it's been a little while since we saved. And that's stealing. Some stuff to look at here. A game of Hazatoa is in progress. Plaque below the coral reads, a piece of Rawatai for Deadfire, compliments of Coral Mason Rua. In glory, your Ranganui. Ooh, we leveled up. Hazanui Karu paces near her desk, looking like a shark circling the shallows. She clenches a long, elegant pipe between her teeth, the smoke trailing an acrid wake behind her. She looks up when you enter and favors you with a brief nod of acknowledgement.
The former lady of Cadnua, and one-time terrifier of harbor masters, if dockside tales are to be believed.
She smiles briefly through the smoke.
You have not brought much good news of late.
Her pensive look returns.
So, in addition to pirates, profiteers, and slavers, the Deadfire has a vengeful god roaming its waters?
She bites down harder on her pipe. That's about the shape of it. Or things could be worse, at least it's not Skane with clever. That's true. That is true. At least it's not Skane. Not if I can do anything about it with passionate. Or I need to learn more before we speculate on his motives with rational. Or I don't think Aethys intends any harm with benevolent. Need to learn more before we speculate on his motives.
If your report is true, he's stumping port towns into craters. I don't much care why he's doing it. He must be stopped.
She halts, turning to face you. You're finally able to get a good look at her. She's not especially large for an Amawa, but she carries her shoulders high. Her weathered face looks to have seen many storm-blown and sun-beaten days on deck, yet her eyes are sharp and keen. Say that's why I came to you, all at the palace? Or he's a giant made of living Audra that can absorb souls in an instant. Got any ideas with clever? Or obviously with stoic? Or no one's got it in for him more than me? Or first, I need to find him with rational. Yeah, need to find him first.
And then you'll need resources.
She watches you, her eyes bright with calculation.
The Valians won't lift a finger if it isn't to snatch a coin, and the Huana will barely do that much. No one takes charge to solve the big problems. But perhaps we could work together to our mutual benefit.
She takes the pipe in her left hand. As she does, you notice that her right is unusually still. You'd say, what do you mean? Or perhaps we could. Or I'm not sure about that. What do you mean?
Look around. Deadfire's full of fertile, temperate islands. Except for Andra's mortar. It's largely free of rough weather.
Sorry, very obscure reference. You said, what is this called again? It reminded you of the Little Mermaid when she is singing about becoming human and says, what do you call them? Oh, feet? Yeah. Okay. Now I get it. Even got the quote wrong, so shame on you and your family. Oh, man. I haven't watched Little Mermaid in a long time. But good reference. She waves her right hand, and you notice again that her fingers remain strangely still. You realize it's an unusually fine prosthetic.
Yet much of it is uninhabited. Itinerant tribes drift between some of the islands, and smugglers and slavers cluster around the rest.
She shakes her head.
It's a waste. Imagine what this place could be, with well-guarded shipping routes. How many Rawatayans we could feed with plantations here.
What does that have to do with me? Or I don't see how you're much different from the other powers here? Or that's a worthy venture? Or so you're exploiting Deadfire for the sake of Raotai? Yeah, so you're exploiting Deadfire for the sake of Raotai.
That's a naive view. One our enemies are keen to promote.
She scowls, biting down her pipe. With pro Juana, Maya sighs through her nose.
Raotai's violent storms have shaped and hardened us as much as they have our homeland's rocky terrain. But it remains a difficult place to live. So, we rely on trade, and on plantations we've established here. And those developments also create a more stable, productive Deadfire.
Said like a true colonizer. She spreads both hands wide, as if that explains it. Is a good voice actor? Yeah, I don't know who it is, but good voice. Very much agreed. What does that have to do with me? Don't see how you're much different from the other powers here. What does that have? Don't see how you're much different from the other powers here. A raspy laugh rattles from her chest.
The Valian Trading Company wants to leech every last coin they can from the Deadfire, no matter the eventual cost. They're little more than thieves. The Principi are actual thieves, no matter their pretensions of nobility.
I agree with you there.
And the Juana are happy to let them all pick away at their fractured empire. We're interested in building something here.
Pipe in hand, she gestures expansively. What does that have to do with me?
You've got a good head on your shoulders. Deadfire needs more of that. If you're chasing the god who's stomping this place into the ground, then we have a common goal. And if you're going to survive here, then you could use an ally.
A hint of a smile tugs her lips from her tar-stained teeth. What do you have in mind? Or that's true? Or I've gotten this far on my own. I don't need anyone else. What do you have in mind?
The disaster at Hasongo remains a key concern. We rely on the port there to ship food back to Rawatai.
She sucks on her pipe, hiding her worried expression behind a cloud of smoke.
That's on hold until you investigate. Short of that, there are other matters that demand attention. You've already spoken with Atsura. For now, I suggest you continue to work with him. I might have something for you later.
What's the game board for?
Hazatoa. Atsura and I usually have a game running, and this one's been going on for over a month and a half.
Tell her to do it herself.
Atsura's good at misdirection, but I've got a mind for the long game. You look like you've come with a purpose.
All right, and we already heard people talking in the tavern about don't reference her hand, so we're not going to do that. All right, we have leveled up. Well, except for Maya, who only recently joined the party. Okay. Let's go ahead and... What do I want to get? Probably another point in stealth. Stealth and athletics are things that we will often need direct values in. You can. You're an NPC and the devs don't let you leave this room. And then passive skills. Let's go ahead and get some more. Here we have a 5 total there. 7 total there. I'm going to get 1 point into religion right now. But we do need to raise our personal diplomacy. That's another thing we need direct skill levels in. But let's get at least 1 point in religion for now. Okay, and we get an ability for 1 class. So we can get a cipher ability. We do need to be able to generate our focus faster. Psychic Backlash involves a retaliatory strike once per encounter, stunning an enemy whenever they target the cipher's will defense. Ooh. Okay. Let's do it. Combat focus, gain concentration. Hammering thoughts, use the echoes of time to drive home strikes from their weapons, increasing their penetration. Oh, we just get +1 penetration with our weapons? I think I like that better than Psychic Backlash. So we can get +1 penetration on all attacks. Well, all weapon attacks. We already got Draining Whip. We did already pick up Pain Link. Oh, we never picked up a level 2 ability. We didn't really need one, though. Looking in here, we could get the same evasive roll that the other person has, the other ranger has. Defensive Bond, we don't really need. Predator's Sense. Damage bonus against any creature suffering a damage over time effect. Reflex, Fortitude, or will bonuses. Gain concentration at the start of combat. Increase action speed while using a weapon in each hand, which is not what we're doing. +1 engagement for the animal companion, also not what we're looking for. We don't need revive. The takedown would be nice, but we don't have a whole lot of bond to go around. Though we have a little bit more now that marked prey transfers automatically. So maybe we do go and grab takedown. I don't know, we'll see. I think I like Hammering Thoughts, though. Getting better penetration on our weapons is always going to be nice. That's just always more damage. Ooh, new weapon type available. Excellent. We're going to go ahead and take Blunderbuss. There we go. So now we have access to powder burns when we're using a blunderbuss. Causes short-range incendiary, but the thick smoke from the blunderbuss is distracting to the wielder. Is that what we want? Or do we want a shield proficiency? Or maybe even a melee weapon proficiency? Maybe even... No, we're sticking with firearms. Could get a shield proficiency. What's medium shields do? +1 enemies engaged. +1 enemies engaged. What's the proficiency? Binding, block, or block? So if I just select this... Oh. Use your small shield to better intercept melee weapon attacks and counter the cost of initiative counter at the cost of initiative. When missed by melee weapons, gain an increased accuracy on your next weapon attack. Okay. Or use your shield to attempt to block incoming weapon attacks, completely resisting the attack if successful at the cost of initiative. All right. Gorto, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. There's a community patch for the game that adds a bunch of bug fixes, spelling fixes, and icons for passives and stuff. Oh, nice. Good to know. I will most likely use that on my second playthrough then. My first playthrough, I try to play the baseline game. And the spelling fixes in general don't bother me. As long as I can actually understand what they're saying. But icons for passives would be nice. Yeah, you know what? If we decide to dual wield these, it'll be nice to have access to powder burns if we want it. Yeah, let's go that route. If you can understand me, then you can understand anything. Pat, you're doing fine. Don't worry about it. Alright. Let's see here. Let's get a point into Arcana for you. And... Oh, no. We need to keep him going with mechanics. He's our main mechanics guy. Let's go ahead and get more... Yeah, get another point into religion here, I think. And then you get 1 point. One additional engagement. That could be nice. Concentration at the start of combat. So maybe there. Aware to intuitive or acute. Oh, also gains acute. Alright, we might upgrade tactical barrage. This turn-based mode. Yes, it is turn-based mode. I'm a big fan of turn-based games, so went ahead and went with turn-based mode on this one. I played the first one, and I've played other CRPGs, so I'm used to the real-time with pause. Maybe we'd take a look at the turn-based. I think they did a good job. I'm enjoying it so far. So that's an interrupt. Raw damage over time. More damage, the more health the target's missing. Not bad. Blind, which can also go with raw damage. or stacking penalty to deflection. We could add distracts or bleeds on that. Let's go ahead and... We used Debilitating Strike a lot. Let's go ahead and upgrade that. How does it compare with the real-time version? I haven't played this particular one in real-time, but compared to the first game's real-time with pause, I mean, it's... I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for in the way of a comparison, because you're having two different play styles of game. It's still all the same abilities, just adjusted for being turn-based. Love the real-time with pause in this game because you found the companion programming so satisfying. Yeah, it was pretty good in the first game, too. They did a good job with that. And it's definitely faster to play through with real-time with pause, that's for sure. I would imagine my battles would go much faster. All right, we needed to get him sword. Half sword. Oh, I see. Half sword is the name of the ability. Fight in close quarter style, using your blade to penetrate armor more effectively at the cost of a lower deflection. Okay, so we can turn that on if he needs to have more penetration. But in general, we're using him to tank. There we go. Like, does the combat feel polished comparatively to the real time? Okay. It feels good so far. It feels like a good turn-based combat game. I'm not disappointed in it in any fashion. Let's see here. Let's put a point into Arcana. Because Aloth might be the next companion to be dumped if we find somebody fun to put into the group. As much as I'd like to keep him because he was a good companion from the previous game, I didn't use him a lot in the previous game because this character didn't mesh really well with his ideals. And on this end, what do we want to do? Actually, yeah, let's look for another one that... History, maybe? Or diplomacy? Yeah, let's go history. It was patched in by popular demand late into the game life by like one dude, so it's not the most polished thing, but it's fun. Okay, it actually feels pretty good. But I haven't played very far into the game yet either. We get one ability here. Spell shaping is nice. Penetration with fire, lightning, or acid. We're Harvester of Gone, right? Starting with concentration might be helpful. She's already got the sword and shield, or weapon and shield. I have a good amount of abilities on her already. She doesn't have much in the way of pure damage in an area that we need to worry about shaping with. Maybe something in here. Health to allies, freeze damage to enemies. Neat. Yeah, let's go ahead and go with iconic projection. And for you... what do we want to do for you? I guess another type of shield, in case we ever change your shield out. I don't think we will, but might as well. Alright, and Aloth. Go ahead and toss a point into there. And get a point into insight. Yeah, there we go. All these spells that you can spell shape. So good. A lot of your stuff is crushing, I think. Piercing. Yeah, like, a lot of your stuff is not elemental. Some is. Let's give you concentration at the start of combat. That actually sounds like a great idea. You could use that. Let's give you the ability to use shields. Which one would we want? Resist the attack at the cost of initiative. Yeah. Go medium shield. Or go wand. Let's grab a shield. There we go. Off we go then. So, I want to go back out here. And then where do we want to go? Over here?
I've
Yeah.
been eating through all my good clothes lately. Just realized why.
Why? It wouldn't happen to be on account of my lantern, would it?
I know you think it's funny, but the moths are so big here.
It's a divine light, meant to cut through the darkness. Of course it's gonna draw the biggest ones.
Oh, some of my pants wouldn't be polite to wear them in public anymore.
Poor Eder. Alright, so until we've finished some other tasks, we're done in the Brass Citadel. We have the catacombs to look through in the Sacred Stair. We have the crevice to go down into in the Gullet, along with we need to take take a companion there. We have the Mage's Tower here. How long is it going to take to come over to here? Santa's Emporium. Queen's Birth. I guess we can go to the Wild Mare. 4 hours. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We may have to wait around like an hour or two. But that's okay. Alright, back out we go. Watcher. Doctor. That still seems to be... Okay, only 5. When do they open?
Headquarters are still closed, ma'am.
Okay. You can't tell me when they open? Lovely. Dawn? Opens at like 6 a.m.? No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you, thank you. All right. Oh, she is here. Look at that. I was hoping.
Ado, Watcher. The Cantoni Chesi sent for me. It seems the Republics have need of me again, thanks to you.
It is difficult to read her expression. The corners of her mouth briefly twitch into a smile, but there is worry in her eyes.
Do you have need of me?
Can say, I will always have need of you, Palagina. Or I suppose. Or not right now, no. Or no, why would I want a failure who got kicked out of her paladin order with cruel? Wow. No, for sure. Always have need of you.
Good.
She nods sharply and steps forward. Yes. Paladin Chanter. Aw, yeah. I love it. Such a great combination. Let's take a look at her subclass, her special paladin type. Feramus Mes Conch Thulius. Oh, we have an ad about to start. Let's snooze that for a moment. The Feramus Mes Conch Thulius, or the Brotherhood of the Five Sons, is a paladin order of the Valian Republics. The Five Sons refer to the 5 Valian Duke Bells, or Great Dukes. The Brotherhood is loyal to the collective, and to the collective will of the Ducal Congress, rather than to any particular Duke or Duchess. And members are forbidden from active intervention in the Congress's debates. She gains Sworn Enemy. Sworn Enemy is upgraded to Wrath of the Five Sons. We don't talk about the sixth son. I guess you could, in a way, say the sixth son would be the Principe pirates, because they basically fled from the Shattered Empire when, and then the republics formed from what was left behind. So you've got Sworn Enemy. Damage bonus against the target until combat ends or the target goes down. And that upgrades to Wrath of the Five Sons. 5 searing projectiles shoot forth from the paladin's hand towards the focus of their righteous fury. Nice. Flames of Devotion. All equipped weapons to burst into flame as they strike, adding burn damage to the attack. Very nice. No upgrade on that. Lay on Hands. Recovering substantial health for the paladin or an ally within range. And also now applies the Robust Inspiration. Zealous Aura can either give accuracy, stride, or armor rating. Very nice. Glorious Beacon. blinding enemies, liberating exhortation, commands an ally to summon all their strength in order to temporarily ignore existing hostile effects, and also grants them the steadfast inspiration. Very nice. Okay. I like that. She would also have tough. Maximum health you gain with each level. Pure soul resists all invading forces, granting immunity to poison and disease. Resistant to perception afflictions. Will defense. Gain concentration. Two-hander bonus. Inspire allies, providing temporary defense. Didn't upgrade to Deep Faith, though, granting them increased offensive bonuses to Faith and Conviction. Alright. I like it. And then on the Chanter side, we're going to have slash and shock armor ratings for allies in the area. Shatter their shackles, remove dexterity affliction effects for allies in the area. And we're going to have fortitude and will plus 10 for 1 round. Plus 1.2 stride and 10 reflex for a round. Resistance to resolve and constitution afflictions for a round. Damage bonus with the two-handed weapon. Minus 20% reload initiative and 20% initiative with ranged weapons for a round. Very nice. Combat focus and will, along with tough. Yeah, I like that setup for her. Go, 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 Herald. Kalinjaya is so awesome. Recruited all companions. Okay, so that's all the companions we get. And we're going to go ahead and replace Aloth with her. Yes. All right. So we got Eder for tanking. We've got her for cleaning up and just general a little bit of buffing. We've got her for another pet on the field and some directed damage. We've got her for buffing and tanking. Great set of companions, that? Yeah, I know, Red. It's great. I'm happy with it. Yeah, I think this works.
At your service, Watcher.
Good to know that's all the companions, too. We may still have more of those secondary type companions around. But that's also probably a good time to end stream. We are 5 hours in, and that's about all we're doing today. We will be back tomorrow with more of this, though. At 11 a.m. Central U.S. time, 1600 UTC. Earlier if I'm up earlier, but we'll see. Let's go ahead and save this and find someone to raid over on Twitch here. All right, so that's saved. And we're paused. Good. Let's find someone to raid. Who do we want to go see? Anyone playing this? One person. All right. They don't have a restriction on. Good. Yeah, seems good. Let's start that up. And here's our raid message. This will be great. Brand new set of companions. We'll be on our way for tomorrow. We're almost done in the city as well. Then we can get back onto the ocean. Ooh, this person's just starting out too. Perfect. All right, let's go say hi to a new person. I don't know them, but we'll check them out. Hopefully we can make a new friend. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you.